like to call the Bristol Select Board meeting to order on Monday, January 23rd, 2023. I'd like to review the agenda for addition, removal, or adjustment of any items. And we actually have 3 additional items, short things, that we'd like to add, or Val would like to add.
Yeah, I'm having trouble finding that email. So if you have it in front
I got it. Yep.
Yeah.
So I'd like to add it after our first one, since these are pretty short and easy to go through. So we'll do a 1A, one.
I want to go through the list first and then decide where to put them.
Okay. 1A, 1B, and 1C, if we could. We want to accept. What? Shush. Alexa, stop. Knock it off, Alexa. Okay, sorry about that. My room is talking to me. 1A would be accept Ailith Hescock's assessor services proposal that we discussed last week. 1B would be adoption of the VCDP-CDBG grantee resolution for the Firehouse Apartments grant agreement. And 1C would be acceptance of the VCDP-CDBG grant agreement. Do you need any more information from Val on those board members? I mean, number 1 we know about, but the other 2, can you give us a little bit of update on those, Val?
Yes, those are related to the Firehouse Apartments CDBG grant. And it took a while for the administration to agree that all the different conditions had been satisfied. And so now that they are now willing to offer a grant agreement. And that's what this is the grant agreement they have offered. And it was very, very recent. And the select board needs to adopt a resolution and also the grant agreement. And that's what's on tonight's agenda. And it needs to be done by February 10th, which is why it's on tonight's agenda.
Okay. Are folks okay with having a 1A, 1B, 1C after our first item?
Sure.
Okay. Sure. All right. Thank you very much.
All of us.
Just to let you know, my computer's doing backflips right now, so I've kind of lost things. I'm kind of in limbo right now, so bear with me.
Let's hope I have them then. Item 2, overview of Zoom meeting operation and procedures, rules for participation. Please mute your microphones, be recognized by myself, the chair, if you wish to speak. Item 2, public forum, 5 minutes for anyone to discuss anything that's not on this evening's agenda. Anyone out there in Zoom land or in the real world at the town hall? Seeing and hearing none, we'll move on. Item 3, department head roundtable, 5 minutes per person. Let's start with Sharon, town clerk.
Okay. We've been doing some budget work, working and waiting on election stuff. As I said, my computer died. I talked to Dell last Friday. The hard drive, the motherboard is on back order, so I don't know if I'll see something this week. So I've been having to use the land record laptop, which isn't ideal, but luckily it's not a busy time of year, so I've been able to make it work if I get any researchers in. So
do we have does the town have a spare computer or no, not?
Well, other than the one that you guys are using for Zoom down back, no.
Okay.
Do not.
And is everything that you use cloud-based, so you could just switch over to that, or was it a huge?
No, I had to spend at least an hour or longer on the phone with Dominion Tech to get everything where I could actually see it, and I can't see it the same way, so
okay,
it's a little bit more.
Yeah,
you can't do the same things, but at least it's working, and I can pretty much access everything I need to. So
okay, it's good to hear.
Sharon, is that computer of yours that crashed, is it fairly old or no?
No, it's only just over a year old. So the motherboard will be covered under warranty because we have a 3-year warranty on it.
Okay. Are you working that computer too hard?
I guess. I don't know. It just didn't want to work last Thursday.
All right. Any questions for Sharon this evening? All right. Moving on. Let's move to, I gotta see who's online here. Let's move to Bruce, who I believe is in person.
There's no parking on Main Street tonight. The light is on.
Okay,
That's all I have.
okay. No parking on Main Street this evening. No. Thank you, Bruce. Any questions for Bruce? All right, thank you. Let's move to Brett, Fire Department Chief.
Good evening, everybody. The only update I wanted to share with you all this evening is last Thursday afternoon, a meeting occurred at the fire station. In attendance was our communications vendor, Burlington Communications, the chief of operations for the rescue squad. Ian was there as the liaison to the fire department, and I invited Peeker along, wearing multiple hats, one being a select board member and the other that he's very familiar with the site work that occurred when the fire station was built. And the other chief officers were there. The purpose of this meeting was to hear about, look at plans that have been drawn up to potentially erect a communications tower directly behind the fire station. When I say directly behind it, I mean like right next to the generator. That's just one of the ideas that was thrown out there. But it was just a kind of a preliminary meeting. Bristol Rescue's already done some work on their end. They've funded a study, you know, where would be the best place to have a radio tower, a communications tower. Because the end goal here is to try to move off of the existing communications tower here in Bristol, which between our two agencies, you know, we're currently pushing $15,000. So we'd rather invest that money in our own infrastructure that we not only have control over, but it potentially could benefit other town departments down the road if they have a need, such as DPW, Bristol PD, et cetera. But it was just a kind of a good first step, and certainly I didn't come here tonight to ask for anything, but once you guys finish your budget stuff up, I plan to come and ask to get on your agenda to have this conversation, to really explain to you all the work that has been done, what it potentially will look like, and ultimately be seeking your support before we move forward with anything. So, but it's a good first step. This is long overdue, but I'm just glad the conversation is starting.
Okay.
That's all I got.
Thank you, Brett. Any questions for Brett? All right, thank you. Let's move to Anthony, Treasurer's Office.
Hi, everyone. The biggest things I have are, I just finished quarterly reporting for the end of the previous year. I have also tried to figure out a better way to record our credit card payments through our online application we use. So we're trying to do it with water payments right now, to hopefully get more accurate numbers on a week-to-week basis, if not sooner. And then I've just been working with Valerie and Ian and Sharon on the budgeting numbers and trying to get that all under wraps. As far as anything else, W-2s will be mailed out hopefully this week. I just have a couple questions for Nemrick, because I know that a series of changes happened with the IRS, and I just want to make sure that their software is up to date in order for me to do that.
All right, super. Thank you very much. Any questions for Anthony this evening? Okay, thank you. And finally, let's move to Jill and Cy, our water and sewer department operators.
Guys, it is Jill and Cy. He's here. He's just kind of behind the clouds. He'll pop in randomly as he needs to. Today, Brookfield Service returned to the pump house to begin what we thought was going to be the final install of the second VFD line reactor and programming, and it turned out to be the almost final install of the VFD and line reactor. There's a couple missing pieces. Ryan, the electrician from Brookfield Service, is to return earlier on Wednesday before Brian gets there from Pioneer to program the VFD. So we are hopefully going to be 100% able to run both pumps in regular mode with the generator because there'll be VFDs on each one of the hydrants.
Great.
So our 2-year escapade is we're almost there. We do still have what appears to be a high fuel alarm on the generator that has been there since the day it was installed that hasn't cleared yet. We've only used about 7% of the fuel. So it might just be that it's higher than it's supposed to be based on the way that the dipstick in there was programmed, but that alarm hasn't gone away as of yet. What else? That's the other thing is that the P-list applications are due in February. So we learned the hard way that they have to be reapplied for every single year.
And by that, you mean priority list
The priority list. Yep.
for the,
Yep.
for the funding through the state agencies for the water
Yeah.
lines and sewer
Yep.
lines.
Yep, exactly. So that's something that Steve Palmer is working on, I believe, with Valerie. So I'll be touching base with them on that. And probably the next meeting or the meeting after, there's also an opportunity to get money, they're calling it a loan, but it's 100% forgivable loan, which in my brain is a grant for lead line identification. So I'll work through that in the next week or so to just bring that to the board's attention, let you guys know what it is, give you all the information that Amy and the rest of the people from the program have shared, and let you guys decide if you want to take on 100% forgivable debt, get your lead line identification completed, which is due by 2024.
Now that's a planning study, right? To identify them, but that's not actually replace them. Is that right?
Correct. It's the first step of probably 3 steps, meaning step 1 is identify everything through documents and through record keeping.
Mhm.
Step 2 is to actually physically identify. And step 3 is to do the replacements.
And
So
all of it is under the forgivable loan?
This step 1 is, and we certainly hope that the next steps will be as well. There's 3 communities that are already moving into step 2, meaning that they are doing the identification, but they were kind of like the test subjects. So they're kind of in like the top of one of the last pages of the current intended use plan for the drinking water P list. You can kind of see, oh, hey, how come these guys are doing, these big chunks of money and doing these projects? It's that, okay, they were a step ahead of us. See, he's having fun than the rest of us. Cyrus, what do you want to pitch in with? Okay. Do you guys have any questions, concerns? We will have the consumer confidence reports. They come out like late March as far as what's happening this quarter. And I believe we have a small budget to work on as far as you guys call it the capital reserve for this coming annual meeting.
And also I forwarded you a couple emails from EJ Prescott, I think, and also some survey about water and sewer workforce concerns. I only did that just today, so you might not have had a chance to glance at those.
Yeah, the one thing was from Ferguson Waterworks.
Oh, Ferguson.
They're kind of just pointing out the obvious thing that we've been going through for the past couple of years, which is the availability of items is pretty hard.
Mm-hmm.
And it's not everything, it's just certain specific things like pumps and certain types of pipe and certain types of valves. So we're pretty grateful that years ago it was really pushed to get additional pieces of valves and other things in stock so that if we had to make repairs, we'd have them. So I think that was a really good move on your part. But yeah, if there's anything that you guys want to do besides Pine Street and a couple hydrants this year, we'd want to be ordering sooner than later.
Good.
Good to know. All right. Thanks, Jill and Cy. Any questions for them? Okay. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Moving on.
Well, I just want to add that I did talk with Eric earlier today, and he's not planning to be here tonight, obviously. I just want to give a shout out to all of the guys for keeping up with the roads and keeping the roads clear. And it's been a long stretch of time to be out on the roads.
Are they down a truck, Val?
He didn't mention that.
Yeah, they're down a truck because I know it was dead on Plank Road trying to get to the.
Yeah,
diesel
it's at
plant.
Bristol Diesel Works right now. They were hoping to get it back today, but I don't know if they did.
Oh, no.
Was that one of the big plow trucks, right?
No, it's
Yeah.
a
Oh,
little,
it was the low one? Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's one that Colby drives.
Oh, jeepers.
they were moving it in at noon today, so I don't know if they got it fixed, but it was going, I saw it going in the shop at noon.
Oh, jeepers.
Well,
Well,
at least it
hopefully
wasn't
that'll
a
be
big
done
plow
soon.
truck.
All right, let's continue. Item 4, regular business. Number 1, sign grand list PDR form 4155 for listers. I
I
think
didn't
everyone
see
is, you didn't see that?
Well,
I
I
can
didn't
share
see it
that.
here to sign, so.
Oh. Well, we need to sign it.
Yeah, it's
Val,
for-
anything you want to add? to
No,
this?
No.
Okay. Do people want to see it? I'm sure that people are aware of this. It's our yearly form.
No, I saw it online. I just don't see the document here.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
Nobody asked me
Uh,
to print it out. I'll print it right now if it's on the website.
It is on the website.
It is on the
Okay, I'll
website.
print it out and take it down.
Okay, thank you, Sharon. Do we need a motion for that, Val, to sign that, or do we just sign that?
no, a motion is good.
Make a motion. The PDR form 4150.
Okay. All right, thanks.
Did the grand list grow this year versus last year?
Not a tremendous amount. Let's see, what was our difference here? Is it here? Let's take a look.
I tried to figure
Who
it out.
seconded?
I
Michelle did.
Michelle.
It grew, well, if my numbers are correct, let me just take a look in the old, I can get the right thing here. Here we go. Oh gosh, there's too many tabs. Here we go. If I've got the right number, it's
1.6% increase.
Yes, thank you. If that's the right number that I put into our budget, which I hope is correct.
Yeah, 483 or 348512.
Yeah. It's not the education total education listed value.
No, municipal.
Okay, that's what I figured. All right, good. Yeah, so 1.6% to answer your question, Joel.
Okay.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye, raise your hand. Aye.
Aye.
All those against, nay. Motion carries. Thank you. Okay, here are our additional ones. 1.A, accept Aleph Hescock's assessor services proposal. Val.
I was asked to follow up with the 3 other communities that he has done work with, and I did reach out to them. And high marks all the way around. In particular, let's see, the Virgin's city manager, high marks. He's the real deal. I wasn't actually able to talk with Maggie McCormick, but I did talk with, I believe, Susan, the assistant clerk, and she had positive things to say. And in Ferrisburg, they again, very favorable. They feel that he's very knowledgeable in the work that he's doing.
Terrific. Thank you, Val, for following up on that. And he had a very good interview last week. That's great. All right, I'd entertain a motion.
So moved.
Thank you. Second.
Second.
Thank you. All right, we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion on this proposal? Hearing none. All those in favor say aye, raise your hand.
All right.
Aye.
All those against, nay. Motion carries. Thank you very much. All right, item 1B, adoption of a VCDP-CDBG grantee resolution for the Firehouse Apartments grant agreement.
The
Yeah.
resolution is for the single grantee, and it asks that the select board designate somebody with the administrative responsibility for the VCDP activities related to the agreement. and also to name either let's see, the town manager, city manager, or town administrator as the authorizing official to execute grant agreement and other such documents, blah, blah, blah. So I guess.
So can
would-
that person, those two people be the same person, or do they have to be two different people, or?
I believe they can both be me.
I'm just gonna say.
Accurate.
Okay,
So
all
moved,
right.
point Valerie,
Thank you, Joel.
Or town administrator. But
town
yeah.
administrator.
Thank you. Second.
I'll second.
Ooh, fighting it out for a second. Let's do Darling. All right. Any further discussion? All those in favor, say aye, raise your hand.
All right.
Aye.
All right,
All those against, nay. Motion carries. Thank you.
I don't believe there's a printed copy yet to be signed, but I'll fill that in and send that over to Sharon.
Okay. Thank you, Val.
Sure.
All right, item 1C, acceptance of the VCDP CDBG grant agreement.
I haven't had a chance to review it, but I've dealt with other ones and I don't expect there are any surprises in this one. And I'm pretty familiar with the conditions that led up to this and they've been met. So I don't have concerns about what would be in this particular grant agreement.
Okay, thank you, Val.
So moved, assuming Val doesn't find anything that's
Yeah,
a red flag.
that concerns her.
second it.
Yeah, so
All
3
right.
months from now, this motion gets undone.
Right.
All right, we have a motion from Michelle and a second from Joel. Any further discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor say aye, raise your hand.
All right.
All those against, nay. Motion carries. Thank you very much, everyone.
Great.
Moving on to 2, authorization to apply for a VTrans ACCD Better Connections grant for up to $67,500 to come up with a pedestrian plan for Pine Street. If funded, a 10% match is required.
Yeah, this funding program is only for planning, not for implementation. And I think we've done a pretty good job of a lot of other planning. I mean, we could get a grant to update the sidewalk inventory and plan for replacement, but I think we've tasked the bike ped committee to try to do that. I think a lot of attention has been paid this past year about the need to do something with Pine Street. And this could be a source to have somebody put some professional eyeballs to it and come up with a doable plan. Not that what hasn't been proposed or what has been proposed isn't doable. And maybe that's what the end result is. It just reiterates or validates the things that have already been suggested in terms of striping. But anyway, this could be an opportunity to come up with something that really satisfies the neighborhood's needs.
How does this gel with the potential construction and water line replacement in that location?
It doesn't affect it at all because the water line replacement is going to be under the road, and
Right.
it won't really change any of the landscape features or the profile of the road itself. Whereas a future pedestrian facility would come later if there is one, whether
Right.
it's striping or some other shoulder widening or some other kind of thing.
Right,
And-
that's right, because it's a pretty minimal, I mean, I'm going to say it's minimal impact, but it's not really, but in terms of what it's doing, and everything returns back to sort of what it is now after
Right.
the water line replacement.
Right, because it should all be happening within the road right of way with
Yeah.
limited disturbance. There is an option with this funding program to include some sort of clean water component, meaning drainage, stormwater drainage. But that would be additional funding. And I haven't really thought that through about what that might look like if we did want to include it. It's the same kind of thing we did with Basin Street, where there was that additional stormwater grant to deal with the stormwater at the bottom of the hill. That was extra funding. So
Are we
I'm not
gonna,
sure.
are we gonna have to add stormwater if we add more unpermeable soil? I mean, that was the reason for not doing any more than a water line to start with, because if we went over X amount of square feet, we had to
Right.
get a stormwater permit.
Yeah, that could be. So yeah, I didn't touch it in this particular case. This is just a planning grant. And so I didn't seek funds for stormwater stuff. We could.
Yeah.
We could
I
try to
think-
add that, but I don't know what it would look like.
I think we want to keep, I think we want to keep it separate from the water project for now. We don't.
Oh, it's definitely separate from the water project. This would be a
Yeah, but I mean, we don't want
standalone.
it happening at the same time.
No, this won't happen at the same time.
Well, Valerie, didn't you tell us before Christmas that was the stormwater wasn't really, it's been thought of, but it hasn't been planned or designed yet?
It's correct. Steve
this-
Palmer
this-
has some ideas about things that could be done, and he was hoping to do a site walk with me, I think Beaker and himself. I'm not sure who else. Maybe
Eric,
Eric. Yeah, probably
kind
Eric.
of like what Alan and I did before he got done the year before.
I think so. Yeah, to walk the street
few-
and talk about potential short-term or long-term, but short impact,
Well,
budget impact kinds of things.
If that hasn't been designed yet and stuff, could we use some of this money to design that if it was done the fall?
It could, yeah, I think so. So maybe in this approval, authorize potential additional clean water funding. I hadn't really thought it through until right now, but, and I only became somewhat aware of this recently. So, so maybe in this authorization include authorization to explore adding clean water funding.
When you say clean water, I think of drinking water.
I know it's so confusing.
Okay.
Yeah.
I don't really want to drink stormwater, so.
No. Or clean water / stormwater solutions along Pine Street. Something like that. I mean, it's not a requirement. It's an authorization.
Well, so is the authorization for this particular grant include clean water / stormwater? Or is it
Yes,
something else? Okay.
it would
so
be
part of
additional
this.
in addition to the 67,000.
Okay, I see. Right, because we can
Right.
we can
It'd
add
be
more
a
to this.
separate agreement altogether.
Okay,
Yeah.
yeah, I'm fine with that.
Yeah. I mean, if it doesn't work out, it doesn't work out, but at least the priority would be the pedestrian facility.
Right. Yeah, because we have, I mean, we're in terms of sidewalk studies, we're wrapping up on the Munsell one.
Mhm.
Where the Airport Drive is currently wrapping up as well. So we have those two to pull from. I mean, all of these are studies versus actual
Right.
shovels in the ground, but it then affords us the ability to get grants in the future if we decide to explore the options presented in these studies. And so this would be something similar, you know, maybe taking the work that the select board's done, that the bicycle pedestrian advisory committee has done, and then doing a deeper study of what the potential is for Pine Street.
Right. And the funny thing is, well, not funny, haha, but the interesting outcome from the Munsell study was the citizen feedback from the various surveys that were held. And so much of that feedback said that they identified Pine Street as the priority. Why are you looking at Munsell? We need to be looking at Pine Street. So that's what this is intended to do.
Okay, that sounds good. Any further questions from the board? I would entertain a motion.
I make a motion that we authorize the application for the grant and to include stormwater, clean water. Is that what you wanted, guys?
Authorization to explore inclusion of the stormwater, clean water, or additional clean water / stormwater grant funding.
There you go.
That's
Right,
what she
okay.
said. I heard her.
Something
Yeah,
like that.
that's good. All right. Who's second?
Second.
Second.
Thank you very much. Okay. You can pick, Sharon can pick between Joel or Peter. Any further discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor say aye, raise your hand.
Aye.
All those against, nay. Motion carries. Thank you, everyone. Okay. All right, moving on. Item 3, budget workshop, police department budget review, follow-up, and possible approval. Continuation from our discussion. Possible approval. I like that.
Possible. Is it impossible to approve?
Possible. So this is a follow, obviously, continuation of our discussion from last week. Bruce met with Val and Anthony and myself via Zoom today, hashed out some numbers, and it's looking pretty good. I've got it up on my screen and I'm going to share that. Let's make sure I share the right thing, obviously. Let's see here.
While you're doing that, Ian, if I could ask Anthony a quick question, whether he was able to look into the disability premium things.
Yeah, I have I consulted with Sharon. I didn't put it in yet, but I do have the total numbers.
Okay, just curious.
Yeah, no, I do have them if you'd like them, or I can put them in if you want.
Yeah, at some point. Yeah.
Okay. No, but I do have them.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Just keep zooming. Here we go. Is that too big or is that okay for everyone?
That's good.
Okay. All right. So some of the bigger items were the salaries, personnel, which we worked on today. And these are our final numbers.
Ouch.
And then we've got
The shift differential. Ouch.
Yes.
Ouch.
So let's go jump back here. I don't think anything changed here. So we're at a 14.3.
We added 500 to services.
Oh yeah. Yeah, bump that up because of fingerprints being a little bit more. Okay. And then anything here you want to discuss, Bruce, in terms of?
Is that the current plan or is that the new plan?
For which one?
The retirement. Is that everybody still on the old?
I'm not
plan?
sure what numbers are in the formula.
Okay.
I can tell you that, for retirement.
Is that Plan C or Plan D? Based on Plan C or Plan D?
Those are Plan D. And again, this is projected to starting next July.
Mm-hmm.
Before we get too far down, the salaries at 23% is mainly the addition of is that mainly the addition of the fourth officer, or is
No,
that,
that's because of the contract.
that's all just because of the contract?
Because
Because we didn't have that's
The
paid
fourth officer is
for.
paid for by the grant.
Yep.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah, but don't we have to, Bruce, cover a third of that or some percentage of that grant?
We covered, we haven't drawn down any money yet, but we plan on drawing down 41,667 a year. So we have to make up the difference.
Between an officer's pay and a sergeant's pay, is that what you have to do, or what is that? What is the difference? It wasn't 100% then, right?
Right, no, it's not 100%.
I didn't think it was, okay.
No.
And the overtime shift differential, that's just half of what we spent so far this year, 20,624.
Currently, I think that's about right.
Yeah. Do you think you're going to need that much increased now, but we're going to have 4 men?
Based on the new contract and the new pricing?
Yeah.
So that was, you think we're going to need that?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, you doubled the nighttime shift differential, and the weekend shift differential went up 75 cents an hour.
Okay.
Because the salaries went up, the on-call rate goes up. So all of that affects the overtime. That overtime line includes everything from on-call to shift differential, call out, and overtime, and holiday pay. That's also included in there.
So with,
So that-
and then up to the part-time, you couldn't shave a little bit off that, maybe $1,000? You did?
Yeah.
19%.
1,700,
Yep.
but I see it's only about half, about $3,000 so far for half a year. So I was just wondering,
Right.
with the fourth man, again, you might not need so many part-timers.
Yeah, 3.
It's all new, so we're not sure. These are very, very conservative numbers.
Okay.
Bruce, does this, do these wages put us in a more competitive position with some of our neighbors?
At this time, yes, but in a couple of years, maybe not.
Gotcha.
Well,
Thanks.
Well, in a couple of years, let them
Contract,
redo the
yeah,
contract
contract
first.
negotiations should keep us on par, right?
It should, yes. We are more competitive, but we are still a little bit lower than the other agencies because they're larger.
And we hope that the ambiance of working in the town of Bristol is considered a selling point.
Well, just working for Bruce is a selling point, isn't it?
Nice.
What does she want?
Yeah,
You don't know,
exactly.
you haven't heard
What's
yet?
going on? Did she get pulled over this morning or something?
No, I try to be good.
So you might also notice I moved some numbers around for the communications and then the computer supplies. The computer supplies is actually subscriptions that we have for some of the software, and some of that was in communications. So what's in computer is related to computers only. What's in communications is just the business phones and cell phones. There wasn't much of a difference. I just adjusted it so they're in the right locations.
So is our total increase 8.3% overall? Is that right? Or is it the?
I think that's for
1%.
taxes. I think it's a 14.
Right, that's what I'm trying to
right,
figure out.
yeah.
It's 8.3% for the tax.
And that is the updated grand list figure for the police district in there.
It is good.
What's the estimated fund balance? What's that?
35.
Yeah, well, I'm just,
What's that, Val?
That was from 2021 to 2022, what was left over.
So we don't have
Oh, I
this
see.
year's.
Got it. Yeah.
okay,
Yeah,
Yeah.
there's more there
Yeah.
then.
Okay.
it should be up to date.
Well, if you subtract the actual from the budgeted amount, you should get a ballpark.
So is that 48 in addition to that 30, or is that,
No, that was for 2020.
Yeah, but we didn't spend it.
Did we not spend it? I see what you're
so
saying.
is there 78 or is there?
Our unassigned fund balance right now,
Yeah,
it's 156,000.
so there's some
Some
from
years
years prior.
Yes, there's some from
Prior
years.
year's accumulation.
And you still have that, we're still putting 15,000 into the budget this
Correct,
year?
yes.
Okay.
That includes that 30 that I see in 21, 22 estimated fund balance. 30,533.
He's taking 15 of that and putting it into
Right.
this year's budget.
Joel's question is that 30,000 in that 150?
50.
Yes, the 156,000 is what we have currently
Okay.
after last year, after they finished the audit or whatnot. So if we subtract the 15,000 from that, what's that, 140? Yeah.
Mhm.
And
So
change.
can I put
Give-
that here in 2022, 23 actual? Can I put 140 there then for that?
No, because then we're gonna think we can add it all up.
Yeah, don't add it up. Don't make it more confusing.
Yeah.
Well, no, I mean, but I want that number somewhere. Shouldn't we have that number?
No, because the estimated fund balance is per year that we're thinking, so you're gonna
Oh,
need
yes.
probably a separate line somewhere. If you
Yeah,
want the
okay.
total.
I think you'd have to put that over.
Maybe
before
a
the
note.
words- Yeah, I think you'd
Yeah.
put that over before the words estimated fund balance. Previous year's fund balance you could put and find out what
Yeah.
that is.
Okay.
You can always
can
put
do
a
that.
line underneath it, estimated fund balance, and underneath that, actual fund balance. I
Okay.
suppose we could also refer back to previous audits to get actuals if we really wanted to do that.
Yeah, I mean,
But-
it'd be nice to have that. I mean, we have fund balances for our other, well, I say that, but we sort of,
We
we
don't.
know
We
some of
don't,
them,
we
yeah.
don't show those anywhere. We carry
No,
that.
that's true. Okay. I'm just, since these were in here, but I guess, yeah, okay.
I think that's for us, I believe. That
Yeah.
doesn't show up on the budget report, does it? And what goes in the,
Town report.
No, I think it ends under the percentage at 62
Yeah.
or whatever when we do that, yes. Okay. Any further questions for Bruce on his updated budget?
Bruce, the legal expenses that if we have any for the contract negotiations, that would come out of your legal line here, right?
Well, that will come out this year's budget, wouldn't it, Michelle?
Yeah, I know, but I was just trying to figure out, we really didn't have any for the contract negotiations,
No.
but that's where it would have come out of if
That's
we
where it
had
would
that.
have, I
Okay.
believe that's where it would have come out of.
Where is that line item? It's not showing.
54, I'm highlighting it.
Okay. And the actuals, I guess most of the actuals were in 2022.
Yeah, we don't have actuals for last year.
Right, we
So
didn't use.
Bruce is taking it
Sure,
down.
used any.
He's halved it.
Just trying to think out loud. I don't mean to throw a wrench into anything, but and maybe you've already had this conversation about using some of the undesignated fund balance to reduce the tax burden this time by including it as a revenue, identifying it as a revenue.
We have it, I think he's already
Yeah,
got
We did.
15,000
There's
in there.
15,000.
Oh, unassigned funds. I see it.
Mhm.
Okay,
Yeah.
yeah.
We're
Yeah, it
using
changed
the new
name on us
terminology.
now.
got it. Thank you. Good thing I'm not back there yet. Should that number be increased?
I don't know, if you're planning on using
We're
some
probably,
of that for the fourth officer for the
Right.
fifth and sixth year or whatever, you don't want to.
Well,
You know,
aren't
we
we
got-
really using it for the fourth officer now, the 15, because we're budgeted for a fourth officer and it's in the salaries. So Valerie makes a good point. I made it last week that I was looking to see if we could go up to 20 on that.
the problem is that at the end, if we keep subsidizing it, we're gonna have to make it up. The lower we keep that number, the less we have to make up. We'd be better off to use that money to bolster the capital funds and then if we chose to, level fund the capital funds for a couple of years, we wouldn't be losing
Capital for the
anything.
vehicle, Beaker?
Well, vehicle, he has
Equipment.
an equipment too, doesn't he?
Yes.
Yeah.
I mean, I just, Joel, if we use it to offset taxes, we have to make it up at some point.
When we don't have any more to put in there.
And then it's a really hard hit.
Well, 8.3 is a hard hit for us who pay in village, the police district tax.
Oh, I totally get it, Joel, but the problem is if you go and you say you go and double that and then something happens where we end up spending that money down and we don't have it to use in the following years, then you've got to make that up
It's
plus,
double,
plus what you,
right, whatever the increase is.
Well, we're saving over 20% and the auditors are saying, but we don't do that with our general fund budget or general department or town of Bristol budget. We save only 10% of our overall budget. Or
5%.
5%. And this, we're
Yeah.
saving almost at 150,000, we're saving 20% would be only 80. I'm not saying draw it down that much, but yeah.
No, but this is accumulated over a number of years. This isn't just,
Yeah.
Right.
Just
we
from
haven't
last year or
used
the year
it.
before. Yeah.
Right, we haven't used it. I mean, but the plan is to use some of this to offset that fourth officer when the grant is no longer
So
paying it.
I'm sitting in the crowd being a a police district resident, keep saying village, a police district resident. And what I asked, say, okay, last year's audited was $30,533. Now, did you overtax me?
No, when somebody left, we didn't fill the position immediately.
Right, I get
Happened
that.
for a couple of years.
Yeah, so should that go? Yeah, it's,
Well,
I think we're gonna be looking for a place to draw money from for this, to pay for the design and anything we do on that. Yeah, for the possibility of a new police station. And I think that was the intent for saving some of that money.
yeah.
Am I speaking out of turn or?
that was an area that we could look for if we needed funding for it. We just have to determine what do you want to keep as a balance and then how you want to spread the rest of it out to offset or make it in smaller increments until we absorb the fourth position or however you want to do it. And reminder that tax rate for the police district has actually gone down or stayed level for the last four or five. So we have not had much of an increase from the, and I think it was 2017 and went down.
Right.
I'd have to look at the numbers again, but you know, this is, you
And
know,
the majority of this is salary adjustments. I mean, the rest of his budget's pretty tight.
I mean, if you out of the 156, whatever it is, if you take out the 15 and then you take out 5%, which is what we do for ours, you're left with about 110, 112.
I would feel more comfortable 10%.
Well, in that case, then.
And in reviewing the personnel figures this afternoon, Bruce said they're very conservative estimates. And from what we're budgeting here, next year, when we look at actuals and if they turned out to be less, then there's going to be more undesignated fund balance to work with that following year because there'll be less money spent than what was budgeted. So there'll be more to work with.
And we're still not, we're not clear on what our facility is gonna cost us.
Right.
That's a
Right.
guesstimate. That
And-
55,000 is a guesstimate.
The budget that we currently are in, the negotiated raise was not put in this one. So we may be over at the end of this budget.
I had a conversation with Kevin Harper this afternoon or this morning, and he's going to speak with the school folks, but there seems to be strong support for extending the lease for another 3 years. And I think the budgeted figure that we have here is going to be adequate from that conversation.
Okay.
They know that the town has been very supportive of them, and they want to be supportive of the town.
That's good to hear.
Well, Joel, I understand your concern, but I think until we know where our actuals are for next year, we should err on the side of caution.
Yeah, and I don't think we're gonna get those actuals in time to.
I mean, I don't want to take it either, Peter, but you know, to me, I might feel better if the end of next week or so, when we put this whole thing to bed, not just Bruce's budget, but everybody's budget, and says the overall taxes aren't going to be that bad. But if you compound this with a district voter, that you, in 2 weeks, we might say, yeah, and the town tax, by the way, is going up 7% or 6%. We don't know that number yet. I hate to say it, but then you're going to say, now we're going to get a tax bill.
But with the raises that we didn't figure in there, Bruce is saying we could show a deficit this year.
Right.
Which will come out of that fund automatically. So it'll end up being less than what we have. And we don't know where that's gonna be until the end of the year. I mean, we got 4 months left after we put this budget to bed.
Yep.
Down to 3 now.
After Wednesday, we will be.
Do we know what's the estimate for the tax rate with the new grand list compared to last year's tax rate?
For the general fund?
No, for the police.
Just for the police district tax rate, how much is it going up?
Where are those numbers? They're in here, right?
So if you keep it at 10%, that's what's left.
I'm identifying an error in the health benefits part of the personnel spreadsheet. Static numbers are in the cells rather than pointing to the formulas that are in the health insurance tab. So let me correct that quickly.
Thank you.
Judge for Francis
I
Andrew.
mean, so tentatively, we had a meeting next week. That gives us a little bit more time before our deadline where we need to have all of this approved. We could move to approve this next week and have further discussion on it next Monday, if we wish. Joel, you mentioned wanting to sort of look at the general fund budget and seeing the numbers that are coming together for that, and then maybe looking at this again.
Yeah, because, you know, I get a tax bill from Hero Anthony and Sharon about September, and it includes everything. And I just, you know, us in the district, we get hit. We all pay the town tax like you guys do. And then some of us, Val, you and I and Ian especially, we pay also a district tax. And, you know, if we're looking at a 6-7% on the town side, and I don't know what it's going to be. I don't really like to say, because somebody going to watch this meeting and say, boy, they said 7% in the town side. So I don't take that to the bank yet.
Yeah.
Just like overall tax for people, what is it going to be?
Do we have that number though for what this is on what the tax rate is here compared to last year?
Val, is that in this sheet? I don't know if it is.
I wasn't listening.
Do we have a tax rate based on this year's grand list that we just approved?
It would be in that section of the spreadsheet there. So it's an estimated tax rate would be that 7.2%.
No. What is the tax rate?
For the police district?
Is it 25 cents? Is it 50 cents? Is it?
31 points or 31.70.
And what was it?
31 cents.
31, and what was it last year?
29.
29. So it's
2
gone up
cents.
2 cents. 2 cents a 1,000
For $100 on the property.
or $100. 2 cents on $100.
I don't know, what is the 1 cent on grand list raises me?
That's just about, if you if I took that's about right, Peter. I took my tax bill, see what I'm paying for, and it's about $50, 2% going to be about a $50 increase on a $250,000 home. So you see that right there I'm not quite, I can almost live with that. Yes. You see,
That's what I was looking for, Joel.
yeah, that's good. Yeah. When I did it with a 1.7, it grew. I took what I paid, that was a little more. That was more in the overall grand list and not just the police district. So, okay.
Bruce, I need to ask a personnel question. Let's see, officer, what's it called? Officer M109. Do you know what his health insurance is? Family, single, opt out?
Opt out.
Okay, thank you.
Mhm.
So it's going up a little bit.
Yep.
That's from the health insurance numbers.
Yep.
Yeah.
You're not helping my cause.
Yeah. Now, was it,
It better be accurate though, then.
So what-
Accurate.
was the 31 cents based on that, or was it based on the previous number?
Well, she's got the formula in there. It should adjust.
32 cents.
Yes.
So Francis.
So it's 250.
It went up to 8.2%. So it's 32 cents per $100.
Yeah.
Francis was a little.
Yeah, you want to be making these numbers go down, Val, not up.
Well, I'll try with this one.
You and your accuracy.
Right.
That would be $1,100.
So-
That would be $1,100 if I had to pay it based on my
On there,
assessment.
yeah. Oh, it's not cheap.
Yeah.
That's,
How's that? A little bit better.
Well.
We're at 15.1. Yeah. Okay. I propose we let's continue discussion and then go for approval next week. Or if people are comfortable to do it now. I just
I'm
want to
just
make sure the
wondering-
numbers are right.
where are you gonna trim anything?
Well, it's not trimming, it's just making sure that everything's correct. That, you know, there's the looking at the personnel side for the police, it's just there's a lot more items that need to be looked at and be correct in terms of the adjustments. I mean, Val's doing them on the fly now because she noticed they weren't part of the formula. And I just want to make sure that that number is not going to change if other things are found. And we've been spending time looking at this. It's just there's a lot of numbers to look at. But to your point, Peter, it's probably not going to change that much.
I mean, the only way we significantly change it is if we throw more undesignated funds at it.
Right.
And that makes me really nervous.
Yeah. Bruce, I see, or Ian, can you slide back down to capital reserve? Equipment? Bruce, it says we haven't spent anything yet this year, the actual. What is that? That's where you're gonna put you had to get new pistols, right, or something? You got some new guns and things. Is that where that?
No.
That figure right there, those two that are highlighted are showing that the appropriations haven't gone out yet.
Correct.
I think
Yeah.
if I'm looking at it the right way.
You are. That's correct.
Okay.
Because notice the numbers before. It's a 12.5 budget and an actual is 12.5. It's just that hasn't been paid into that
Right.
fund yet for this year.
Okay.
So those will go to, they should be at 19 and 3. this year.
I mean, we could conceivably put the capital vehicle reserve back to 19 and do $1,000 out of the fund there to keep us where we wanted to be, but is that gonna change things enough to even, and change this 2%?
Not much. I mean, it's a tiny amount. You'd have to really,
Yeah,
you'd have
it
to knock,
just-
you'd have to knock that down to 10 or something, right? I mean,
Yeah.
not
and I
that
don't-
we want to do that.
No,
Yeah,
Well, she's doing it just so we can see what
yeah, I'm doing it.
Yeah, it's not
But-
gonna,
what did it,
brought it down to 31 rather than
Yeah.
32.
Yeah, I know. So it's,
so
that's
we
the
need
thing.
10 grand, we need 10 grand to bring it down to cent.
Correct. Yes. Yeah, you need to have big cuts be made.
and I agree with Peter. I was looking maybe for 5 out of there, but I'm not willing to take 10 out of that under designated fund balance. But I'm not quite so nervous now after you told me what the tax rate would going to be on a,
Yeah.
you know.
Well, it's 32 cents now, Joel. It went up because of the corrections. It went up.
Yeah.
Okay,
a little-
from
by a little
29.
It went from 29 to 30,
No, it went from 30 to 32, right?
31 to
31 to
32.
32.
Yeah.
So it's 2.5 cents.
So what was last year's? What was my tax rate last year on the police?
29.
29.50.
29.57,
And this year it's going to be 32.
32.
Right.
Yeah,
31.99
32.
approximate.
Yeah, it's tough. I mean, your big numbers here, obviously, the reserve funds and your facilities, and we're working on that now. You know, obviously, this amount every year towards the facility. Ideally, you would put it as, it wouldn't be rent payment, but it would be part of something that the town
Bond
owned,
fund.
a
Mhm.
bond fund, right? That would be the ideal amount, because that's, you know, and that's obviously something in either situation you can't change, but that's something where that amount is going out each year just for the building that we rent.
Plus the utility, the additional utilities. I mean, not that we
Yeah.
wouldn't have that anyway, but
Yeah, everything else, you know, the big numbers obviously are tied to your salaries, and what comes along with that.
benefits, right.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm okay with Valerie taking the time and to go through the formulas and make sure everything's right and approve it
Right.
next week. But as far as changing anything, I think we're
Okay,
I don't think we have anywhere to
I think we're
change.
there.
Yeah.
let's do that. And I don't know if Bruce needs to come back in terms of presenting. I think if he's happy with these numbers, or he's accepting of these numbers, we'll have Val, we'll double check. You know, I mean, but it's like he's done a stellar job over numerous years keeping this budget at a very reasonable rate. And, you know, we're now at a point where it has to go up just because of contract negotiations, because of being
Right.
part of the union. It's just, I think his past work has been fantastic in terms of
Yeah, it's
the
not-
amounts.
It's
You
not
know,
on
so-
him, it's on the contract negotiations.
Yes, I know,
Change
which
a
is,
lot of things, so it's not.
it's just
not
one of
much.
those, yeah, it's just, but I mean, to give him more praise, I mean, I think that the work that he's done on his budgets each year, even with that, has been excellent. And as he mentioned before, like his budget has been going down versus up. So I think he's
And a lot of
right
that
for
has been him taking personal reductions
Yes.
or
Yeah.
deferring personal compensation or whatever in order to keep the costs down.
And in this budget, he's continuing to do that, which makes me mad, but that's
He says we'll get it later.
Yeah, exactly.
No, I'm kidding.
But no, I mean, it's, you know, it's just one of those things. But I think you're right. I mean, I would like to just make sure that have Val go through it one more time with a fine tooth comb, just on that personnel side, to make sure that everything is lining up correctly, and then
Yeah.
we'll approve it next week. But I don't see it changing from this number.
Ian, can you just slide up the budget up to the revenue side for me for just a
Sure.
minute? Okay. Okay, that's the 41,667, right, Bruce? That's the cops grant, yeah, for you.
Yes, that's the cops grant.
All right. Yep.
Yeah, and it's fantastic that we have that. I mean,
Yeah.
if we didn't have that, it would be a very different picture.
Just one last question, Bruce, for you is now they've agreed to that increase of
30.
We are very close to finalizing that. They recognize that they're experiencing the same thing with salary increases, so they recognize
Yeah.
it.
okay.
Every place is.
You know that?
Yeah.
Would you know that by next week if they don't?
I will find out.
I mean, if they come back and said, let's say 25 there, 25,000. You know,
Then they can wait for the state police to show up.
Yeah.
well, then we take
I
all
mean-
25 out of there. And then what do we do, Peter? I'm just playing devil's advocate here. You know, they budgeted last year 23,750. They said, we'll give you 10%, which is about $25,000. And that's, what would we do then? Would we think then maybe we're gonna have
I don't know.
to
It's like any, if that's what it's costing us, if that's what we're putting into it, we can't afford to do it for less.
Yep.
And I think if Bruce is doing for them anything like he's doing for the rest of the taxpayers, that's probably a hell of a deal.
Yeah, I'm not saying that, Peter. No, this is nothing to that. I'm just saying if they said, we have to trim some fat here too, and we're looking for a 10% increase in that budget line of MNUHS contract.
But then Bruce could say, go find somebody else.
They recognize the amount of work that goes in and that we are right here. And they realize that it's important to keep that connection that we've developed with some of the students. And
I'm not,
will get the number finalized.
I'm not disputing that whatsoever, but if I was on that side of the board over there and I'd say, well, you only spent so far this year, $6,000. And we're willing for 10%. I'm just playing devil's.
No, they will be paying the entire amount. I send it out quarterly.
Okay.
So payments come in quarterly. Each year they've paid whatever we've negotiated for the rate. And they recognize that just like they are experiencing, we're all experiencing, costs are going up. And
If they had to put an SRO officer over there, it would cost them $100,000.
Yep.
Yeah.
Oh, I agree, Peter.
I mean, I
This
hope
is a deal.
MAUSD recognizes the services that the Bristol Police Department gives to the district. And I would, I hear what you're saying, Joel, but I think it's best to wait for their answer. Bruce seems pretty confident in what that answer will be, and I hope it is. So let's wait and see it. Let's see if we can get an answer from them, definitive answer on that for next week's meeting.
So I guess, Anthony, this is your question. This is what I have a trouble with when you say actual up to the end of the year. So that's 6 months, but that's only a quarter payment there.
Yes, and it's just the way in which
But in the next quarter, the second
Well,
quarter.
Yeah, no, I understand that. When it
But
comes to invoices and just with the flow of it all, some months of the quarter, it won't look like much of anything has changed. And then as soon as I sign the check, I print the checks, for example, for a week, it could go up like $10,000, for example. Not just saying it about that particular line item, but just in general when it comes to expenditures. So like I could do a budget status report for the end of the month. And then the first week of the next month could be literally all of the bills, because it just so happens that the select board meeting fell between 2 months, for example.
Yeah, so in this case, this one is through 12/31. So Bruce would have put out the second quarter payment in January sometime. So that if
Has been
that
put
was
in
paid, it won't show in this one.
Right.
Right.
And I
And
can
also,
tell you
Bruce,
that
Go on, Bruce, sorry.
I'm sorry, with Zoom, we're all talking over each other. So I am not diligent when some of these come, like at the end of the quarter, so I might be a little behind. Like I just sent the town a bill for 4th of July.
Yeah.
So, it's, what is the revenue that we're expecting when we get all of our invoicing done and sent should be like real close to that. The only thing that might be a little different is the non-district service, because we don't know how many calls that we go to, so that might fluctuate a little bit. But those other ones, those are set. And I
Right,
usually
they're
try to get them,
contracts.
yeah, I try to get them out there quarterly, but that's not a high priority when some of the other things come up, and I get to them when I can. And when I I also send a list of the incidents that we responded to, so they know how many times we were there. And there's still some quirks that I'm working through with the new database that's on me. I just haven't had time to learn it all, so.
Yeah,
I'd
think
also like to
that's
say
totally fine.
in Bruce's defense as well, sometimes, like for the SHS or the Government Highway Safety, they're not always the most punctual when it comes to reimbursements. If anyone, like I got a reimbursement check for September, midway through December, so there's some lag time there.
Would that be shown in this, in the revenues?
I had just
No.
updated, but because it's Governor Highway Safety, it won't show up because it's supposed to wash out.
Right,
Right, and we didn't want to add that in because of the unknown for that, so.
right. I see that
Okay.
it is listed for 2021. I do have a
Yeah.
couple of questions if I may. Going back to detail revenues, are those the kinds of things like the 4th of July and bike races and other events where the department gets asked to do traffic control?
Yes.
And are we, back to your comment about invoicing, are we behind on invoicing for FY22 and 23 for those things, or have they not been much to invoice for?
We've only done one bike event and then the 4th of July, so there's only two
Oh.
events that we've done.
Okay. And
And I sent one of them out, so I think that's where some of that may be why services might be a little high, because there was a bike race and it's not showing up in the detail revenue. So
Yeah.
it probably is down in services. It wasn't a lot, because I think it was only 2 hours.
and for those prior years, we can probably blame COVID for having
Yes.
canceled a lot of events.
And not all of the events have come back yet.
Right. And then dog officer, does the town get invoiced for all the time that you guys spend doing dog stuff? Because we have it as an expense, or we have it as a revenue, and in the town budget, the general fund budget, we have it as an expense item.
Because you're paying the police department.
Correct.
You probably have never done that, Bruce.
You don't,
Yeah, but-
you don't invoice it individually, you
No,
invoice it
we-
for the whole.
Right, actually, I think that gets sent to us quarterly by the town. We
Oh.
don't invoice that. That gets
But-
entered in there somehow, I don't know, I'm not.
Sharon or Anthony?
Well, I understand that about the fines.
The town traffic
Right.
contract, we receive money. I don't give an invoice for that. We just get, I think it's quarterly payments that are given to us by the town.
Oh.
I do the non-district service because that's a per call thing.
Right.
But if I need to send an invoice, I will, but I've never done that.
Yeah, the question is are you getting the money in your account?
Yeah, because
It comes
there's nothing for dog officer, you got zeros.
Yeah.
Right, and on the town side, the general fund, there's nothing showing up as an expense. So I was just
Okay.
curious
Okay,
about
so
the
I
connection.
I will start doing invoices on those two, so that way we can track it better, and we'll do quarterly.
Or coordinate or check in with Anthony and Sharon to see what works best.
Yeah,
Okay.
and I can also speak to the town traffic patrol contract. That's done on a month-to-month closing basis. It's one of the entries that I make when closing for the month, which is why it's at 50% when we're halfway in. It's broken down per month.
Okay. For the detail revenues, Pocock Rocks through Bristol Core is coming back this coming June. So your detail line there, at least for last year's, you'll have some from that, and then hopefully we'll continue from then onwards.
Pending a pandemic.
Right, pandemic too. Okay. All right, thoughts.
So we just need to figure out whether he's getting his dog money or not.
Yeah.
Well, he'll make sure he gets it from here on out.
So dog money, and Val's gonna double check the personnel side of things just to make sure. And then our thoughts are to vote next week, approve it.
Sure.
Okay. Sounds lovely. Thank you very much, Bruce. Thanks for the.
You're free to go and you don't have to come next week.
Oh,
Yeah.
man, you're coming.
He'll be here just to make sure we don't mess with his
That's
budget.
right.
That's true.
You did what?
He's gonna be mad when it's up another point something percent. All right. Thank you very much, Bruce. I appreciate your time on that.
Well, you could
Oh,
stay up here for
right.
stay.
Where are we at?
As
8:19.
long as you're
Okay.
quiet, it doesn't look at you.
Let's switch over to more budget stuff to make our eyeballs pop out of their heads. Let's see here. What do
Okay,
we
has the
got?
general fund been updated since the one online over the weekend?
The
Yeah.
PDF has been updated.
Good, because I was like, I had a lot of questions about numbers in here that aren't here.
And
That's
on
what-
that score, just before tonight's meeting, Anthony alerted me to some adjustments that needed to be made in the personnel section. And if on the personnel tab, if you recall, there's the tables up top and then the distribution stuff down below. And it came to light that when changes were made in the clerk treasurer's office to go with the full-time assistant clerk treasurer, and then there was with Peter's position as a part-time treasurer, which is now vacant. The original thinking was that the full-time assistant clerk treasurer would kind of replace the part-time assistant treasurer. I wanted to confirm that thinking because it was kind of double counted in the budget, but then also not all the benefits were carried through down below in the distribution section. And then also when there was a change in the lister's office, not all that information was carried below in the distribution area down below. So hopefully I've made corrections to those areas.
Okay, so this is item 4, budget workshop for the general fund review and possible approval. Let me share that. Boop. Coming up. All right, there we go. One thing, before we start, and connected with what you were just saying, Val, one thing we've batted around the idea of in the past was an assistant for the town administrator. I'd like to put that back on the table in some form for inclusion, maybe in this budget.
I can't imagine how that would fit, especially if we're also talking about a grant writer. I can see a grant writer position being very helpful to the town administrator. That would function as a really good assistant.
Is there, okay.
Are you
Is
gonna
there-
start
is
at
there-
the top here? Or are we starting with the clerk treasurer's office?
I don't know.
No, but I want to bring that up. Val, is there a reason that you disagree with that concept?
I just don't know that I would have enough things day to day to keep a person occupied because so many things vary from week to week, depending on deadlines and most of them are grant related. So somebody who's a part-time grant administrator or full-time would really help take away a lot of that or assist.
So if we put somebody in that position, would it be just writing grants or would it be administrating them too?
I would hope administering them too, and working with the treasurer's office to make sure all the right files are in place and all the documentation for the auditors and all that stuff.
And that grant writer would not just be for the town, but also for like the fire department.
Oh,
rec
yeah.
Department, or
Like
whatever.
townwide, yeah,
Right, so they would be available for all the grant writing.
yeah. That would be a big help. Progress reports, invoicing, that goes, all that stuff.
Okay.
Keeping track of expenses, that's actually, you'd be surprised how time consuming that is.
Can we, I know that's being discussed with, for ARPA. Can we put that as a line in for this year, or is that something that we're waiting until next year to do?
When are you seeing us expending those ARPA funds? Or at least getting to okaying?
Well, they need to
The
be
reason
expended
I-
by December 2026, right?
They need to be expended, but the reason I ask is if we're thinking that that's something we might use ARPA funds for, will that be expended in this budget?
FY '24,
Yeah.
partly,
Yeah.
So
if we can hire,
so-
if we can find someone.
So then we would have a history and we would know what we needed to tweak. I don't even have an idea of what we would put for a number. You know, how many hours, do you have an idea hours? Do you have an idea of salary? I just,
Right, what I have found is that most of the people that are available to do this kind of work would be contractors.
Yeah.
Self-employed,
So they wouldn't have any benefits? It would just
Right.
be.
right? Just a higher hourly rate.
Which makes it easier, but it's whether we have a huge amount of hours for them, or is it like a halftime kind of position? Even with managing, does that include, is halftime enough to do that? I wonder. Yeah, and I
can
don't have
only
a
speak
dollar
from my
amount.
experience. I don't know what goes into, Brett spoke about the requirements for grant writing for the fire department. And of course, then there's the police department and the rec department and public works. So there are a lot of, it changes from, all the different deadlines and all the different reporting and all, it's hard to predict.
well, and if you've got somebody doing it full time, they can be looking for other stuff,
Right. Yep.
knowing the projects we have going on, as opposed to, no offense, but when you get sent an email saying that this grant's available, then we see if we can use it.
Right.
It's not like we're, unless we've got a project, a specific project, you don't go looking for extra money to make more work for yourself.
Well, sometimes they
No.
if it's specific and we're looking for money. Yeah.
Right. But if it's not, and you just generally, you're too busy to go just generally looking for money for the rec department or the highway department or the fire department. I mean, it makes sense.
Mhm.
So let's say we want it as a full-time position. And what about, like,
It's not gonna be full-time though, I don't think. That's what Val's saying, is it's a
It'd be
contract.
contracted position,
Contracted.
So,
right?
well, but I mean, okay, if it's not full-time, but it's like, can we do 40 hours a week? I mean, is there enough in terms of all our different departments to be able to accommodate that, especially if you're managing grants as well?
Our
I mean, I
office,
guess,
I was just going to offer that our office uses a contracted grant writer, and that's how we stay afloat, is through grants. So we're constantly working, and that's part of her job, but she does not administer those grants. I mean, that's part of the contract that we have. Our
Yeah.
office administers the grant. So it's going to depend on how you want to write that contract, but we do not use her 40 hours a week.
Okay.
Just
I was
as,
gonna say, that's what I was gonna say. I'd say I'd come out with like either 10 hours a week or 20 hours a week to start and see what kind of work we have to keep them busy before you say, let's give them 40.
Oh, yeah, and
Okay.
especially if it's contracted, they've got other jobs. So
Right.
we can't hung them all up.
Darla, do you
I
have
don't
a,
know. Go on, Jill.
Darla, do you know of a number that your office pays per hour for that grant writer?
I've only worked with her twice on grants for my regions, since
Would you say at least $50 an hour?
I can find out for sure, but I think that's probably a good ballpark, Joel.
I did that at $50 an hour. It's about 50 odd thousand for 20 hours a week.
Mhm.
You do
So
the-
what kind of money are we talking from ARPA? I mean, is it enough to fund that for 2 years? Is it enough to fund it for a half a year? Is it enough, to try
I
it
don't know
and
if-
see if it
Yeah,
works?
oh, definitely. I don't think there's a dollar amount attached to it, because I think they were looking to us, not they, but in the discussions I've had with Porter, she was asking me for dollar amounts, just ideas. And so it's kind of like we would, if this makes the short list and it comes to our table, which I think it will, I think we would just make that decision. And it'd be nice to do it, to be able to fund it fully. I would say at least for 2 years, knowing what's on the horizon of the various projects that we're doing, potentially even for 3. I mean, I know that when we were looking at, on the other side of things, the software side, like the budgeting software, you were able to fund, they could do like a 3-year contract and have 3 years go through ARPA. So you can use the money in creative ways over multiple years, which is nice.
I mean,
So
I
let's
don't
say-
know. Whoops, sorry. Go ahead, Ian.
No, go ahead. Go ahead.
I was just gonna say that even with ARPA funding, let's say hypothetically it was like $50,000 or 40 hours a week or something like that. Even if we do not pay, like we don't pay all of it immediately with that amount, that will then go into essentially unassigned funds. And as soon as we state that we have expended it and we have also stated how we're going to spend it, there's different avenues of being able to use the ARPA funding a little bit more freely in that regard.
Yeah, because it would have been considered spent
Yes, it would have. So
from
$50,000.
FEMA's perspective.
Yep.
Okay.
So you would put it, okay, this position, estimated $50,000 a year. So
Okay.
50,000, it ends up, oh, we actually only needed to spend 25,000. Well, now $25,000 becomes unassigned because it has already been stated and spent and essentially drops down by the end of the year.
Okay.
So that's
All right.
something to think about as well with the way that you guys want to choose monetary amounts.
Okay, so where would we, let's say we want to add that in as a line, where is that going to go for that particular position?
I'm proposing it to go after general expenses and before administrator's office.
Oh, there we go.
And call it contracted expenses or something, or professional or something.
Professional something.
Professional services.
Yeah. that's
Yeah.
what I thought.
Okay.
And I can get us a ballpark figure, a little more nailed down. I can ask that at my office tomorrow.
Okay. I mean, we could put in like 65,000, let's say, if we wanted that as a sort of a higher end. I do think the idea that they would be the grant writer and grant finder as well as the administrator, I think that might be a very difficult position to find, especially
I
with a
agree.
contractor.
And actually, in thinking about it, and I don't know how other departments administer grants, but I know how I do it, and it would be difficult to delegate some of those things. And as we just did tonight, the resolution is identifying me as the administrator. So that would be
Right.
difficult to delegate.
Yeah.
And some of the other resolutions we've adopted have done the same thing. I should say the town administrator. I could get hit by a bus and it would be the next person's problem.
Easy. Drive over the mountain with your
Yeah.
business.
Right.
That's
Half
you stay
ahead.
home.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Does he want it?
What was that, Michelle?
I said, why are we putting 65 when we said 50?
Well, I think it depends on what we want to go for and what we can get. I mean, Darla, that was just a very rough idea. in terms of the numbers that she and Joel worked up. So I'm just adding a little bit. I mean, obviously the money is there for ARPA, and not that I want to spend that willy-nilly, but it is something that has rated very highly on people's lists, and we will probably be voting on that. So I just think, to get someone who's going to be very good, I mean, I can put it down, but I'm saying this is something where the money's there, and it's sort of less of a worry than other line items in the budget.
Do you want to put in the comments section ARPA too, Val? ARPA funds, question mark?
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. And Val, you mentioned that you have a couple of people.
Correct. And
Okay.
in contrast, the Addison County Economic Development Corp successfully hired a staff person for grant writing, but I believe that person also does a number of other things in the organization, but
Okay.
to do it.
So that's not to say if we do it in this manner, we might have a couple of people.
Yeah.
Somebody who specializes in PD and somebody who specializes in fire department, as opposed to one person who has to try to specialize in everything.
Right. Yeah, I think that's a good idea.
And there's also the potential, I mean, not that this is the same, but in academia, a lot of positions you're applying for money to fund your position. That's a well known thing that you do. And so to support this position, there is potential that a grant writer could find funds for themselves to
It's
keep
very,
that
very
position.
rare nowadays. A lot of grant programs expect that to be contributed or as part of the in-kind contribution as part of the match.
Right. Well, it would be a specific grant to fund versus a grant that would supply, I guess. But I hear what you're saying, and I think it's probably harder because we're a municipality versus an educational institution.
That just reminds me, with the Firehouse Apartments, I think they included $15,000 in their budget to pay the town for grant administration.
Oh, perfect.
I think, or something
Well,
like
there you
that.
go.
Yeah, some sort of revenue.
Well, there's that 15 that I just added to that.
So Valerie,
Okay.
where is that going to be in the budget, or is it going to be next year's?
I have no idea. I just remembered it.
Yeah, we asked for that when we were doing the.
Right.
I remember
Right.
asking them for that.
All right. What do folks want to look at in terms of this budget? Do we want to just do a quick going down?
Start
Lines
from the
here?
top, yeah.
Okay.
So I have a question, Anthony, you may be able to answer this. Delinquent taxes, what was my question? We have it set, like the interest at 10K. We haven't met that since 2020, 2021. Do we have that amount? Do we have that much in delinquencies and we just haven't gotten people to pay it? Or do we just don't have that much and we should move this number?
No, I would say keep that number. I have been working very diligently with the Vermont Housing Authority with their ARPA funding, trying to get residents who owe delinquent taxes to apply for assistance because they're willing to pay off. If you qualify, you can receive anywhere up to $30,000 in delinquent taxes, mortgages, utilities, etc. And I would say that has been pretty successful so far. There are a couple more people I'd like to reach out to. It's a constant thing in my delinquent tax notices. I attach that. So I mean, I would keep those numbers because there are enough. It's more of a matter of just seeing the next couple months. For example, currently right now with the holidays, the VHAP, as they're called, have had 4 payments over the last 2 months rather than 8. So we could see an increase in those numbers fairly soon.
Okay.
Ian, could you?
Yeah.
Ian, could you slide it over to the right? I can't read back a few years. Okay.
He did just slide
I
it
just
over a
did
little
Yeah, he
that.
bit.
did.
Can you
Okay,
see
thank
that?
you. I was looking
Yeah.
at that.
Mhm.
Okay. All right, so keep those the same. We've got our fish and wildlife pond. Doesn't seem to change though. Our actuals for 21, 22.
No, I recall that we just recently received the lease payment for the landfill solar field. And
Good.
that might have been in November.
Okay.
Or December. So that should be showing up as an actual.
Yeah, that just needs to be entered. I just need to actually put that in. What we were waiting on was official confirmation from the bank on our new grant account. I didn't want to try
Okay.
to prematurely enter anything in without actually being able to see the statements.
Okay.
So Anthony, that where it says 63,562 there for delinquent tax, that's what people also in the town?
That's actually what people have paid.
Paid in? Okay. Okay. After the what? Delinquent and extra? Because the tax was figured in to make the grand list. So is that extra or what is it?
No, that's just the delinquent tax they paid, not including interest and penalties, because interest and penalties would be included on the 2 lines below.
Right. So if I owed $5,000 by September 1st, but I didn't pay it till October 1st, does that go in that 63?
Yeah, the actuals, that whole amount is just what's left from, it carries over from year to year, the total balance of delinquent taxes. So that number could have some from 2019, 2020, 2021, this past year.
So you mean
Yeah,
this one's
but you
due?
received them this year though, Anthony, right?
Yes, that is
Right.
the amount we have received this year.
Right. They may be
Okay.
prior years delinquencies, but you received them in this year.
Correct.
Okay.
And so that's not included in any of the calculations because that's
Because you have no idea what it's going to be.
it's revenue that should have been received in prior years.
Yep.
So that's prior year's tax money, not currently that there's an
Right.
payment due in April.
Whereas interest and penalty, that would be new revenue.
Right. So you expect only penalty of $2,900 next year or 7,000. We've only gotten 2,950 so far in 2465. So I see.
Yeah, correct. I mean, given the current climate with the pandemic and everything going on with inflation, I think those numbers would be fairly accurate just to hold on to. And then, yeah, more or less that amount.
And the penalty went down because we give them 30 days now, or we're
And reduce the percentages.
We reduced the percentage from 8 to 4.
right. That's why. I'm still a
Alrighty.
little fuzzy. I'm still a little fuzzy on that 63,562. So that's not money that's, because when we set a budget, we're setting it that the town's going to collect $5 or $6 million
In new taxes.
new
Yes,
taxes.
Yeah, that's how you
not new
distinguish
taxes.
it.
That's old money.
Right,
Yeah.
exactly.
Okay.
So Val, the police fines line, that $4,000, that's different than the contract, the non-district contract, the 10,000 or whatever from the police budget, right?
Police fines, I believe that's traffic fines or.
So the way
I don't
that
know.
was originally set up, and I don't know if it's still working that way, is that the fines out of the district came to the town.
Yes.
Correct, Peter.
So that, Bruce is saying that is what it is. So if they're doing a contracted patrol for the town and they write a ticket, that revenue goes to the town
So
to
that-
offset the contracted services.
So that's not the non-district services line.
No,
That's in addition to, okay.
no, that's fines for written
Mhm.
during contracted services. So he's not double dipping.
No, I was just trying to figure out the number was off because I thought he had 10,000 as his and we only had 4,000 here, so I was, don't want to make the numbers right.
He actually has
Mhm.
19.
Mhm.
I'm surprised that dog licenses, the actuals for dog licenses are so low.
Yeah.
But then again, we know that we have a lot of unlicensed dogs in town. We keep
Well, they're not
encountering
due
them.
until April 1st, so
But since
Yeah.
the pandemic, they plummeted.
plummeted, yeah, I know.
But even so, through last year, through, you know, from, well, I
Because
guess,
people aren't licensing their dogs.
yeah.
Didn't we used to do
Well-
a dog survey?
State
We used to
statute
send
requires
out
it.
we used to send out postcards, but and I think there's something wrong with your spreadsheet because I updated the number for last year. We got let's see, last year, yeah, 11.
These
13,
numbers come from the budget status reports.
Well, the sheet that was online said $634, and I was like, that can't be right.
No, I updated some of these numbers today,
Oh,
or I had last week too, but
I
for
didn't touch
some
them.
reason they were gone. So I re-updated them this year for, yeah, 1358. I mean, we don't get a lot of dogs anymore. We know there's some that aren't licensed, but, and we
Last
also
year
have
was
to
a big
pay,
year for dog fines.
we also have to pay, the state of Vermont for every dog that's licensed too. They get $5 of everything, so there's money that has to go out of there too.
Given the amount of dogs that walk by my house to go to the rec field,
Oh, I know.
we should have a lot bigger number.
I wonder if the dog fines number includes license numbers instead, just got miscoded.
Maybe.
Looks awful, looks unusually high.
Yeah,
Anyway.
I can look into that. That's fine. I can pull a detailed transaction just to make sure.
Actually, I see police fines and dog fines are the same number, so, or close. Well, actually, that's
That
a,
might be a coincidence.
no, the police fines is 2305 and the other one is 2304.5. So they are
50 cents
different.
up.
Which then up to, yeah. Sharon, while you're still on here, your town clerk fees, we have at 50. Do you think you're gonna hit that? I mean, it doesn't look like we hit our, well, 2020, 2021, or 2021, yeah, we did, but.
Well, looking
We're at
at,
33 and then we're at 75, so.
yeah,
Yeah,
more
but
than-
I didn't
that's at
put,
45. I'm just asking.
I didn't think we put that much in there. On the dog fines, go back to that, last year was only 55. So I don't know where the 2305 came from.
yeah, I don't either.
But also out of that clerk fee, I also have to move a percentage to my 015, which is my record restoration fund.
Right.
So let's see, we did 45, we're only at, let's see, what did I have?
This is 33.7.
Yeah, and I had just actually updated, I made one of those transfers this morning, actually. So I think the end of January's actuals will look slightly different. I know that'll be in 8 days roughly.
Yeah, see, this number, let's see, that one's 67,330, that one's fine. And I don't know, let's see.
So if you get in $50,000, for clerk fees, a percentage of that goes to your 015 for the land
Yeah,
records
it depends on
restoration.
how many pages I process.
Okay,
It's
all right.
$4 a page.
Yeah,
And I'm usually like, he just moved for me 5832 for the first quarter of this fiscal year. So
okay.
we're down to 27,962 as revenue after that move.
Interesting.
So, That's a state requirement.
27 something you said?
27,962 is where it is right now after Anthony made the move of 5832 earlier.
So if it was doubled, it would still be close to 50,000.
Ian,
Ian, you know we're on the police budget, right?
yeah,
Okay.
No.
I don't know what he's doing.
I'm like, what happened?
Yeah, I was trying to figure out.
There.
There you
Sorry
go.
about
so Sharon, you said that you just looked at dog fines for unaudited for 21, 22 is not 2305. It should be
No,
$55.
$55 right now. That's what it says.
Okay.
But that's,
I mean-
I don't even know what that encompasses, that 55.
And that was
Okay.
FY 22, so we don't have to break too much of
And I
this.
don't think there's anything in, let's see.
Well,
It's
dog fines
$15.
would be anything that Bruce would have.
Right, and I don't know that that's getting charged there.
The town code written in the district.
Yeah, we know that Josh has been issuing citations.
And for this year, it's only at $15. So if there's money to go in there, it's not making it here.
Huh. It could be they're not paying it, but he's issuing them, which is nice to see.
Or he may be paying it, but it might be coded somewhere else.
Right, right.
And then there's no police fines on the town side yet? I know Bruce had said earlier, I mean, I expect that he's got other things to do than being a bookkeeper and getting his invoices in.
Right. Issuing warnings instead.
Just some more. So those fines are going to be in there. They just haven't been calculated yet.
Yeah, there's nothing in police fines for this year yet.
So Sharon, you, as of today or as of December 31st, you're 2/3 the way of collecting your budgeted amount for clerk fees. So could you increase that maybe to 55 instead of 50? Or
I have no idea. It just depends on
you
how
do
many
this every
sales
day,
there
Michelle.
are.
You'd know that more, Michelle. You,
Well, with the interest rates going up, things are slowing down, so.
Yeah,
yeah, okay.
Mhm.
All right, let's keep moving.
Mm-hmm.
Did we not get any X60 money last year? Not audited, it's still not in there for 21, 22.
Yeah, neither is the library personnel benefits reimbursement. in there.
Yeah. that needs to be added.
Coco doesn't take, you only take short-term, long-term.
Okay.
She doesn't take, medical anymore.
On that, not saying the library, but we were years ago or a few years ago, if they opted out of there and taking their medical, we gave them a upfront payment. Where is that in the budget?
$4,000. It should be in the insurance line.
Well, that doesn't include the library, does it? Because they're a separate budget.
No.
That's
Right,
just
they're a
their
separate budget, but, okay,
Right.
thanks, speaker. It should be in the, then, okay. So Valerie, you're looking down through here, it says grant. Someone, maybe slide down a
Go
little.
up a little, there you go.
Yep.
FEMA grant or grant revenues.
Grant revenues, would that where that for Firehouse Drive apartments, and Valerie said $50,000, would that where it would go in?
15, Joel.
15.
15, sorry.
Yeah, that could be where it would go.
That's for, well, that'll be here, right?
You get paid at the end of the project?
Depends on whether it comes now or.
Yeah, or
Right.
after July.
I
Right.
mean, how many year grant is it?
Well, just tonight you approved the grant agreement.
Well, I know, but what I'm saying is will you have to administer that grant for just a year, or is it
No,
gonna be?
it's multi-year. It's multi-year.
Right.
Yeah,
So you
So you're
can't,
not gonna get 15 grand all in one year.
yeah.
right.
Oh,
If
and
you want to
then-
put anything there, you. yeah,
Might put
which
5.
I don't, yeah, I was gonna say 5, but I don't know that I'd even do that.
Yeah.
Right.
I don't know because of the way that we do grants and the way that we report grants, we create its own source of funds. So I don't
Different
know.
codes.
I see. Right.
I am not sure if we should really put anything there as much as make notes. Because redistributed to appropriate grant funds, we're trying to shore up a little bit for reporting and stuff like that.
Right.
That each grant gets its own. So every time, I mean, you guys just approved this, so I'm probably going to create a source of funds for it, either this week or next, for the newest one, for example.
What is that noise?
That's
My
Michelle
chair.
adjusting her chair.
Oh,
Okay, you done adjusting your chair?
Yep.
Great.
where it says
Uh,
a grant down there, a little bit lower. You had
FEMA
it.
grant.
What? There's a number there that, and it just goes back to the question Anthony just said about, we handle grants a little differently in a separate fund. So should that go in there or? that
I
was-
think that should be moved because
Well, yeah, we made the note for move to DPW. That's just gonna need to be evaluated a little bit more to make sure that we put it into the correct account, because.
yeah, it could be
Hillary and I have worked-
DPW or the fishing platform.
Mhm.
So if that goes out, what does that do to our revenue? That drops.
Nothing, because that's last year.
Okay, sorry.
Yeah, we got nothing for this year.
Would the auditors take care of that, Anthony?
No, that's 2022, 2023. That's this year.
That's actual, yeah.
Yeah.
No, but it's not an income for us for the next.
But we can
budget.
We
count
don't
that.
have anything in the income line, so it doesn't change our,
Correct.
if we get some in, it will help us. If we don't, it's not gonna affect.
Right.
I
There
was
we go.
surprised in the audit.
Yeah, I did. Don't do that, Ian.
I was surprised in the audit that they listed the FEMA grant as a revenue, like that,
Yeah.
as a general revenue. It's like,
Yeah, I agree with that statement.
yeah,
wholeheartedly.
it was kind of weird.
I think that'll be a discussion I have this
Okay.
time around,
Right.
for more explanation on why. And is that something we need to do, or is that something that's just how our books demonstrated it or something?
With all the other questions they asked, I'm surprised they didn't ask that one.
Yeah, true.
All right. Should we move on to expenditures?
Mm-hmm.
So I think we got numbers for all these, which those were absent before.
Yeah, that was one of my questions. How come there's no numbers in here?
Yeah, those were worked on in the last few days. For the general expenses computer, I've asked, can we detail what this is for?
Minion Tech. It gets part of Office 365 and Dominion Tech, and any little purchases we make that don't go under the,
But that's also, it's detailed here too.
yes, it's in all of our budgets. We
That's
don't
what I
take
was
it out
gonna
of
ask.
one place. Dominion Tech is charged to each department.
Okay, but what department is that, is what I'm asking. This
Valerie's
is the clerk-
department, clerk treasurer
Well,
is
that's clerk
mine.
treasurer's.
Hold on, hold
Yeah.
on.
No,
I'm
this is
just saying
general
what-
expenses.
I know, what's general expenses? Who is that in the scheme of things? I know that it's charged to each department, but what is general expenses? And is Dominion Tech in there? I just want to get an idea of
It
what.
is. I'm looking right at the general ledger sheet now. It's under
Okay, so-
Dominion Tech for the Office 365 and I don't know whose account the general is. That's where it's been charged since we started using Dominion Tech.
Okay. What I'm saying is, are we double charging or something because it's
I
a
don't
lot
believe
coming out of
so.
here? Okay. As
Would-
opposed to a particular office. That's all I'm asking.
I guess I have a follow-up question to that, Ian. Then wouldn't, Sharon, if it's general office machine and services, like it says in your budget down there, Dominion Tech, shouldn't that, some of that 2,000 go down there for, and then say Dominion Tech instead of computer? That just says computer to me, is if I looking at the general taxpayer saying, oh, gonna spend 2,000 on a new computer.
Right.
Well, in my budget, it goes under software and programming.
Well,
Dominion
just-
Tech and NEMRIC.
Okay.
Right.
Is that for tech support?
If it's a service, I would think it would have to go.
Well, it's for everything. It's our contract with them, right? But I know it's split out between the two, between multiple departments. I was just curious about in general expenses, what it was, or if it was used for computers or hardware, something like that. That's all.
No, the charge is in there and the general part is, it just says it's a Dominion Tech one.
Hmm.
Okay.
We originally got the project, when we originally got the contract, that's how it was set up, so.
Okay. Well, we're going
So-
to revisit that at some point anyway, and I think because I'd like to get a handle on how much we're paying Dominion Tech for their services.
So Sharon, that doesn't include the Office 360.
Yeah, it does. Office
does.
365, there's two
Yeah,
separate fees to Dominion Tech.
Yeah, Dominion Tech covers all of that, though.
Yeah.
All right.
So under the miscellaneous, can we put the money that we sometimes give or usually give at Christmas time for Bristol Bucks? We don't have to say, okay, who are we taking it from?
Yeah.
I mean, if we're gonna do it, we might as well budget for
And there is a separate tab for that. Oh, Bristol Bucks, and it's about 800 and,
No, this year it was higher
More
because
than
we did
that.
50. We put it under the miscellaneous line, that's where it went last year too.
Here.
it. Yeah.
Okay. So, sorry, Michelle, what was your question?
I'd say,
With
can we
regard-
just put a number, can we put a number in there so it's actually in the budget and we don't have to like say,
Sure.
okay.
What did we do for this year, Sharon?
This.
It was
1925.
1850, yeah, for Bristol Bucks.
boy, see what happens when someone steps out for a little while. Woo.
Okay.
Doesn't mean we have to give all of that, but.
I blame the generosity of Michelle on that one.
I would tend to disagree with that.
He knows me way too well.
Okay. So I put that in there. Do you want, is that number okay? Would you prefer that I put that? Well, actually, it's our actual is this, so,
Right.
Yeah, because we
I would
doubled
just
it
leave it
last
at
year.
that.
Yeah.
okay. All right. Anything else in here? We've got the general office machine that hasn't been doing anything. And then this is our telephone. We got nothing for telephone?
I
I think we're
didn't
gonna
get,
need something for telephone.
well, yeah, and because everything's getting combined, I didn't actually have the time before the meeting in order to compile what it would cost to add clerk, lister, zoning, treasurer, etc.
It's all, Anthony, it's already been consolidated into that for a few months now. Right
Okay,
now, it's
okay.
at 2750.74.
Perfect.
So 2751 right now, so that's about halfway through what we originally budgeted.
So hold on. So this is gonna go down, is that correct?
No, it's gonna be the same, if not.
It's
a lot
gonna be the
higher.
same, yeah.
So it's gonna be this. Correct? 5,300, same as last year.
Yeah, we might be a little shy at that because
We're at 51.
It's gonna
right?
be about
So-
5,500
Okay then.
if it goes on the same trajectory.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What's this guy?
It's our insurance.
Okay. Rubbish removal. Okay. And then miscellaneous. All right, lovely. Grant writer position, lovely. All right.
So that computer equipment in Val's, then the administrator's office is Dominion Tech, Office 365 and all those
I
for
think
her,
so, yes.
for her department, right?
Yeah.
Fog light.
Okay. All righty. All right, so I put that in there. Any questions about any of this in here?
No.
Okay. Clerk Treasurer's Office.
Now, Sharon, we do no more microfilming at this point, right? It's all done through the restoration through the fees.
Yeah, we don't pay for microfilm anymore.
Great. Lovely. And there's your, okay. Yeah. Okay.
Now, how come we're using that all for the same and we have 3 different names? Oh, that's Nemrick as well, okay.
Yeah. No, I'd like to tidy that up a little bit. Yeah, there's a few more things in the clerk treasurer's office outside of what Val has for her department or what Chris has. So training.
Yep,
We popped training up.
That is for a yearly conference I go to. Normally they have 2, but I only go to 1. It's for the New England Government Financial Officers Association. And for all of you that don't know, I currently sit on the board of the Vermont section of it. So technically Bristol does because it's towns, not people. And that has been incredibly helpful for not only getting the most up-to-date information ranging from like taxes to financial outlook to also the newest ways to process different payments and different softwares, etc. And I have used that extensively. So I find it very beneficial.
Okay.
How's the rest of the board feel about, I'd like to see that salary clerk treasurer separated from the assistant clerk and assistant treasurer, instead of combining it all. But whatever we're going to spend on the assistant clerk, assistant treasurer budget for, put it down on the second line. That's just my opinion.
No, that was one of our thoughts, Joel. Just to offer some more transparency, so people don't think it's just Sharon and I in that line. So yeah, we were thinking that we have a number for a salary for the assistant clerk and assistant treasurer, but we would have to go into the personnel module to make sure that we didn't mess up any.
I'm going to change the bottom line. I get that.
Yep.
For more transparency, it looked.
Oh yeah, no, of course we can make that adjustment. I just want to make sure it's done without screwing up any of the formulas.
Maybe Val can work on that or split it up.
I did
Maybe it's
add a
already split up.
footnote or asterisk at the bottom of
Yep.
that section that explains that it's a combination of all of those 3. And looking at when we go into executive session to review personnel things, you might see that section, it'll just be cumbersome to break it out where it is now. I mean, it can be done. It'll just be cumbersome.
Okay. All right.
But if that's
got
what
that.
folks want to do, then go for it. I'll watch.
Well, let's take it. We'll discuss that since the question was asked. Okay.
Mhm. But last week, it was very astutely identified that it was being double counted.
Yeah.
As it was. So that was good.
All righty. Listing.
So the professional fees, is that what we figured out that was the amount for this year after our conversation with?
8 hours a week at 65
Correct.
hours.
Okay. And the map maintenance, I thought we did this, I see it says it hasn't been done every year, but I thought LaRose came in every year or every couple of years to update that.
No, we have to actually give LaRose the information to make the updates, and it hasn't been done since Craig left. So That's why there's no money spent in there. And he's working on it right now to do updates because we've had a lot of subdivisions.
So we hired Craig to do that?
He's doing it, yeah.
Okay.
Because he did it before, so he knows what needs to be done and what the Rose needs to actually update our tax maps.
So is he gonna help our new guy figure all that out, or is that gonna be still up to Craig?
Well,
mean,
he's
somebody else
doing
should
it for
know how to do
now, just to get us caught up. And
Okay.
then we can go from there.
Well, then we
Because
better
it's
put some
becoming
money
very
in.
cumbersome not having up-to-date tax maps.
Absolutely, yeah. So you better put some money in there then.
Night, Brett.
Good night, Brett.
Where, how much? Like that?
I have no idea what it's gonna cost, but at least something.
Okay. Let's put that in then. I think from this, okay. So I asked about the PC and DRB numbers. Is that something that's cumbersome to do, Val?
What about the PC DRB?
Well, it says everything, the salaries for planning and zoning, it says includes minute taker, PC and DRB meeting. member
That's because it's the
compensation.
same person.
It's similar to how the minutes taker compensation is included in the select board salaries.
Okay, so it's,
Or
doesn't
what?
this,
No,
Isn't it-
well,
this-
I think you misunderstood Sharon, meaning the minute taker might be the same person, but this
It is.
includes the PC members, the DRB members, and the minute takers. Their salaries are all in here.
And, yeah,
and Chris's salary, right?
Yeah.
Right.
So is there a breakdown? I just
No,
wanted to break
Chris is
down.
under zoning, isn't he?
no, that's all the
This is
same.
zoning.
Planning and zoning.
Oh, okay.
So, no, I just wanted to get numbers of what the PC and DRB members are getting paid. I just want to make sure they get paid. So do we have, are those numbers somewhere in the personnel tab? You know, Val?
They're
I
not.
have no idea.
Okay, so how do we
here's-
calculate that figure then?
So here's the question too, Sharon or Anthony, who submits the request for payment for them?
For the members, I would assume
Yeah.
it'd be Chris. I've never submitted anything.
Anthony, have you gotten anything from Chris for the PC or the DRB members?
No, I haven't received anything. I know that there is one, we get one invoice for one particular individual that I
Yeah,
get
that's-
as well as Chris. But we forward that off to Sharon and that gets addressed and paid pretty much immediately.
That's the minute taker.
Yep,
Right.
that's the only
So-
one right now.
I'm glad you
I
get
think
paid.
we've had this discussion about Chris making
Yeah.
sure that he keeps track of their minutes, their meetings and submit requests.
Correct. You have made note of that on numerous occasions, Michelle.
Well, no, I remember us talking about this because we were trying to figure out, well, who actually does it? Do the members do it themselves or do they not? It's like, I know Sharon keeps track of our attendance. You know, Chris has to be at every meeting. He's at every PC meeting, I believe, because he's part of the PC, right?
No, he's
Or he's
minute
a
taker.
minute taker. So I would think he'd be able to keep track of it easy enough. I'm betting they haven't been paid.
And I'm betting that Chris has been paid, obviously, but it can't be all in there. He's made since June 30th or July 1st. He's got to be making more than $70.
So how do you, Val,
$60.
this is the
Yeah.
personnel, from the personnel tab, plus
Right.
2015. What's 2015? How did you calculate that?
The personnel tab, going down below, let's see. Chris is at 24,252.
At
Right,
22
but then
weeks,
you're adding
right?
$2,015. How did you
Right.
get $2,015?
I
That's
really
that's
don't,
why I asked the question about if
right,
there was like an area where we knew how much we're getting paid. I just, I know it's a small amount, but I also want to make sure that budget is used and people are getting paid. And this is how we sort of see that by seeing what actuals were.
right. If you go to that cell, There's a number added, a static number added.
2015.
2015.
No, I
That's what
know,
he said.
but
It's
where did
2015.
you get 2015 from? That's what I'm asking.
I do not know. That was carried over from last year or the year
Okay.
before.
All right, so let's figure that out, and I know it's not the same as personnel, but let's put a breakdown of PC and DRB, because that might help us track what's going on. And I think the last time, Michelle, we talked about this and you raised that question, I think part of that discussion was just creating a simple spreadsheet so Chris could
Right.
track. And I don't know if that's been done.
Oh, I'm sure it hasn't, but
Yeah.
I mean, I know that when Kevin gets a check, it's usually like, oh, I got $5 for this meeting, or.
Right, I know. I know,
don't even
I know,
remember
it's
how
not
long ago that was.
it's not a tremendous amount, but it would be nice to get
No.
it so it's like we can actually pay our volunteers
Right.
for their time.
Well, I'll ask then, should there be two lines there? Salary, and should it say salary, not salaries, salary zoning administrator, and then salary for DRB planning commission members?
Yes, I think so. Especially if it's we're not calculating anything.
Did you
It would
take
be nice to
Chris's,
do that.
you take Chris's, what he makes an hour, and I think he's what, 20 hours at least, or 22 hours?
20 hours.
20
supposedly.
hours, Michelle?
Yeah,
Yeah. Yeah, it should be somewhere just for him around 14,000.
yeah, I mean, at least that way you would be able to tell whether they've been paid.
Right.
Yes. What do you want to call that, Val? It's not salary, it's compensation or
Stipend.
Board members
Stipend.
and minutes.
Taker,
Stipends.
stipends.
stipends. Thank you. And then we'll do this. Down to.
I don't like the word
here.
stipend, but I guess it will work.
Well, that's what it is, though. Because
Yeah.
we get a stipend. We basically get a stipend.
Is that what they call it?
Meeting pay, we could do
Taker
meeting
gets-
pay.
I'd rather say meeting pay, but instead of stipends.
I'm gonna put that in there for now, and we're gonna figure that out,
Right.
what that is. Maybe. Okay, super.
Ian,
now I
will
gotta
you
put-
change that to meeting pay rather than stipends?
Of course. How about that?
There you go.
Now I don't know how to put a line in there, and that's all mucked up now.
Mhm.
Anyway, we'll figure that
Later,
out
figure
too.
that out later.
Yeah, I know. Okay, so I just want to put
Then
that
I'd
in, so
like,
yeah, thank
after
you.
the word salaries, just put salary.
All right. I can spell salary. Thank you.
Isn't it CELERY?
Only for vegetarian.
Nice. Oh dear.
Say zoning
Okay.
administrator.
Do we pay in salary?
There you go.
Nice. Perhaps to a horse or something like that. Training supplies. Oh, so the computer equipment, Sharon, same thing here in terms of it's his Dominion Tech and all that good stuff.
Yes,
And so it's not hardware, is that correct? Like a
no, it's not
computer?
hardware.
Okay.
It's patching up the cloud.
No, God, I hate
Lovely. All right. Thank you. Got a question here for this.
Yes, that's out of county regional planning.
I know that we've contracted with them to do various things, some of which has been grant funded, but not all of it. So just not sure. And Chris, I know that the planning commission chair has been handling a fair amount of that, and then I think Chris has
Oh.
to.
This is what it was. It was meetings. That's where that was. It just got, and it was 1850, and now we're at 12, 20,
2015.
15. So that's what that was. Okay, so that's fine.
Okay.
But it's in the right area though. That's nice.
So that up
Professional
there, back
fees.
up to that, Ian,
Yep.
back up to that, then it won't say a 200 or 300% there because we were spending 1850. So we're really only up $165.
Correct. Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, we've got the total here. It's not calculated as such. Okay. Professional fees. Okay.
Maybe we just leave it.
Town report. Yeah. Do we know, Sharon, had you reached out to 802 print regarding town report printing?
I have not. I
Okay.
can do that tomorrow and just ask. him.
Right. We wanted to confirm like the paper shortage thing, right? If that was going to be an issue. I know it was potential worry last year.
Okay.
It looks like well, we don't have actuals for what it was last year.
See,
think
and
it was
I
about
put that in there earlier.
Where?
Town report, because we haven't spent anything yet this year. The last year we spent 1273.
Yep, that's in there.
That's in there.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, we're not spending this year though. This is for the previous year.
No,
No, that's.
We
for the
haven't
current-
spent anything yet because we haven't printed the,
Town report, yeah.
Oh, you're right. Yes, sorry. Right. It's like
of course she's
where it
right. Don't
falls.
argue with her, Ian.
No, sorry. My apologies.
I think you ought to up that $100.
Yeah, because if we spent 1273 last year,
Yeah. I think you ought to
Can
13.
do.
Mm.
All right. Meetings and elections, election workers. Went down a lot. What's
well,
that?
that's because we only have one, unless
One
somebody does
meeting.
a special election, we only have
No
one.
general election, no, November.
Oh, that's right. That's good.
We
to
only
know.
have one next March, so, but then the
Okay.
following year it'll go back up because we'll have 3.
Okay, there's us. That's not there anymore. Health officer. So what's so requested to be applied to her taxes. Okay. I had a question about this. Why is the Zoom here? Can we just put it in that general one at the top with the Dominion? I'm just curious why it was used in the training line.
Where it's always been put.
It was a decision Jen made a while back.
Can we just move it? It doesn't make sense to have it in training because it's not training, it's software services.
I never thought it was. I never thought it made sense to put it there.
Yeah, Ian, you could just move the line. We have to keep the account, and any expenses that we have, I can just transfer over. We just need to make a note of it.
But training, there are legitimate other training opportunities for other town officers. So we do
Right.
need to keep the line.
so
I mean,
copy
we
the
keep-
line and take out the number or something.
Yeah, I'm just trying to think, like Zoom subscription. I guess, I mean, a lot of trainings on Zoom, but I think we've evolved at this point with our use of Zoom.
Right.
So yeah, I think you're right. So let's just make a note of it so I can go back and make sure.
All right. So how do we do that then? So we want to keep this as, it used to be only 200. I guess it got bumped up because we were using Zoom. Do we want to drop this down and then bump up a line in the general? Is that how we do that?
I
the
wondered
line
if the section above, meetings and elections, I wonder if that's a location for it.
No, because that's just for my elections. It's not for.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So we
I
put it
guess
there.
I put it under the general expenses
Yeah.
under software.
Makes sense.
So for
Right, that's where I
training-
put it, Michelle.
That makes good
Okay,
sense.
we're gonna knock this down to 200.
Careful, you better put it somewhere else first, because we'll lose our funding and they'll shut our Zoom off.
All right, so I'm putting this, putting that down to 200, and then I'm going to take this, and I'm going to delete that, and then I'm going to move that up to here, and I'm going to put it in. Where did it go? Here. Yeah.
I don't, computers?
Well, it should be
I would-
software and
But
equipment
we
or something like that.
we don't have a software line item in general expenses.
Well, you can change the line to say computer/software or
Well,
whatever.
Well,
Oh
Zoom.
yeah,
Hmm,
we
yeah,
can do all sorts of stuff.
yeah.
All right, so there you go, and Zoom.
Well, that's got to go $400.
Yeah,
Ian,
No,
can
it's-
you just
yeah.
make a note on the change in the 200 below, just so I can go back and revisit the actual detailed transactions to make sure I move all of the Zoom payments out of
Right.
yes.
training
So-
into
So
this.
we'll highlight this one, right? And then, okay, yes, and then I'm gonna say I'll cut, so we're moving it to this, okay. Sorry if I'm making everyone busy. Where'd that go?
Down
Here we
farther.
go.
There you go.
So, there. Is that okay, Anthony?
Yes, thank you.
Okay. I'll do that. Thank you. All right,
You gonna take that to zero?
there. So we did it 200 because I think I can't remember what our Zoom is, but yeah, I boosted it because I wanted to leave training in, but maybe we want to boost it up a little bit more to cover the Zoom. The Zoom isn't that much.
Zoom is $40 a month standard plus whatever the additional
Storage.
fee was that.
Yeah.
So $200 isn't gonna cover it.
No. Let's go back up.
$40 a month is 480 plus whatever. you said.
Yeah, it's $500.
There's 500.
Well, it was 440 last year and none of us did any training, so, you know, it was all Zoom.
Well, actually,
Right.
that 440 is actual through December, so double that. In theory.
Well,
Hold
if it's
on.
40, well, I don't know what the extra is for the storage is, how much. you
Yeah,
pay for
it's
storage,
so
but-
let's put this up to.
Yeah, because we've got, and we also got a second license too.
Yeah, we love Zoom. Okay, so all right, where are we down? Okay, so training, we're going to keep training at 200 as it has been, and it has been used, and that's, as Val said, for
What's
town
that
officers.
training for?
Town
That's for
officers
us.
training.
Okay, for the
Yeah, and-
select board can go.
Right.
Okay.
Sure.
Select board or
Town
Yeah.
officers.
Yeah,
Health
health
officer,
officer,
yeah.
Health officer,
conservation
those types.
commission.
Okay.
couple of these things here, which the different committees or commissions rarely use. I know that the conservation does use it for certain things. Energy, I'm not sure if they've used theirs.
I think well, you were on the energy committee when they actually did, didn't they? Where they had for,
Yeah, well, because I told them that we actually had money and they were like, wow, this is great. And it's for different events and it's because events haven't happened.
Right.
right.
So, but I'm happy to keep it in. I mean, it's $100 or $300, so it's not that. But I do know that conservation does use it, and now that they know about it, they're excited to use it. All right, town parks.
You think 9,000 is enough for mowing?
Well, not according to Brett's numbers, just for the fire station. But it's based on the contract that we got.
Well, it depends, yeah, it depends on who's mowing.
In
and
town
how
But it's
long.
parks,
also-
they're not mowed with a lawnmower, they're brush hogged a couple
Oh.
times a year.
Right.
Oh, that's true. Town parks are different. I mean, it went down a
We
little
only
bit,
got
so,
2
but I mean,
months to pay.
yeah, our actual was only 3267. I know it's going to get into nicer weather, but yeah, I
A
think
little
that's
bit
why
of
it would
April and
probably
May and
bump down.
June.
Yes.
Well, we spent 95.79 in 21-22.
Mhm.
Yes.
Yeah, and we budgeted 10, I would say.
Well,
we
you're only up, well, it's off by 500.
You want to do 10 there?
85,
Yeah,
10 maybe.
yeah, because we're gonna have storm cleanup and of
Oh, yes.
course, that's next year, that's this year, we'll spend all that, I think you'll see
10
we
grand.
spend that whole 10.
Yeah.
Close to
We're
it.
at, how,
So
I wonder, Sharon, did you work on these or did
No, I updated some of the numbers today because I knew they were.
was there a reason to drop the electricity, seeing as there were
Oh,
like
I didn't
52?
update proposed.
What were you
794 is,
Oh, you're updating the
794
actuals.
is
Got
where
it,
we
got it.
are now, and 1645 was where we were last year.
Got it. Okay, so I see. So we do need to up this. I
Yeah.
don't, so who did these numbers? Who did propose?
I threw that in a week or so
okay.
ago.
So
That was
given that
before
we're
the
50
actual, it was in.
Yeah, given that we're at 52.9, I think we're gonna have to bump that up, right?
Mhm.
Put it back up to
I mean, it's-
1,500.
Yeah, back to 15.
Well, but oh, yes, sorry.
Yeah, I had 15.
Okay. Liability. We don't really have.
Is that half of
is
that, Valerie, that liability or?
Oh, yeah, that's your formula. Okay.
First half
Wait
payment?
a second, is it?
Should that go up to 25?
Oh, yeah, that's formula based. Okay.
Is that just?
Well, but look at does it matter that we're at 67.7? Is that are we gonna be over then?
That's what I'm asking. Have we paid half of it?
Yeah.
Or that's the full amount this year?
Well, but look
Isn't
at our
that-
actuals for
That's
previous
probably
though.
paid quarterly or something like that.
Yeah, something like that, right?
But our actual 2 years ago was 13.
No, I know.
And it's higher than last year.
Okay. But I mean, our actual, oh, it's not audited. Well, yeah, that's not audited.
And it's odd that VLCT combined recreation department and parks into Parks and Rec into a single number. So that's what that
Oh.
reflects. That includes the rec
Okay.
department,
Okay.
which is okay.
All right. Everything else is level funded here.
Is 2283 then too much, or could that be 2?
Well, this is
I'm
based on your
assuming Val
formula
gets
though.
that number from VLCT.
It's
And they
based on the,
combined rec and parks into a
yeah,
single
which is why
number.
it's jumped up. Okay.
So, but Meredith didn't put it all in hers, did she?
No, there's only $85 in Meredith's.
Okay.
I think the
There you go.
liability is more in the rec than it would be the parks, wouldn't it? Maybe I'm wrong.
It's probably how VLCT calculates it, right?
All coming out of the same pot.
Strange.
Yeah. All right. Supplies. So that's down. Given, these numbers. Does Meredith have any input on these? Given
Not
that
this
she's-
year.
Okay.
This is Holly Hall.
Oh, I know, but she works in Holly Hall and often is. isn't
Yeah,
she
but I
connected with some of
usually
these
order all
things?
the supplies.
Ah, okay. All right. So we're at 790 and 681. So yeah, looks pretty good. And then equipment. So we've got a question, needed any more? Was that from you, Val? Yeah, I guess
I
we
don't
haven't
know.
used that.
Yeah,
Boop,
I guess that's a question.
it's gone.
No, I checked it and there wasn't anything in it today.
Okay.
Okay. Well, if we haven't used it in the past 2 years, I'm thinking that we don't need it.
Well,
This is our-
$250, what kind of equipment are you gonna buy?
Yeah, exactly. I'm not sure. I'm gonna remove it, and then Sharon's
I
gonna be
guess-
like, I wish we had that 250 in there.
That would
you
be an
could-
awesome stapler.
I mean, is
Heating fuels
even
part of our
$200,
pre-buy.
is $200 light bulbs or a new thermostat or?
Well,
control-
there's supplies though, which is probably those
Yeah.
kind of things, right?
I don't know what fell under equipment.
Things that fell and broke,
Mhm.
probably. Heating fuel, that's part of our pre-buy. Electricity is
No,
about
no, let's see. Not for here. Heating fuel for Holly Hall is not a pre-buy. We do not
Oh,
get
it's not?
propane. We have regular heating fuel, so it
Oh, right.
fluctuates.
okay.
We had
Well, we're-
65.92 last year,
No,
and we're already at
Yeah, that
70.
needs to be upped.
Yeah.
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 I'm not sure I would have raised it that much, but.
Well, they
Yeah.
did 65.92 last year.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, but fuel has actually dropped a little bit, not a lot, but it's dropped a little.
Well, let's hope it is. Electricity.
Well, if that 31 is accurate,
We're gonna get a 60.
yeah.
Well, we're coming in,
Yeah, yep, never
we still got
mind.
another 3
never mind.
months.
You want to keep it?
I
At
would
7?
like to see it 65, but it's all right, 7.
Well, I'm just thinking
Uh,
this year we might be okay. Well, we're not gonna be okay because we're gonna probably be over 4,500.
Oh, yeah, we'll be over.
This one is for 2023, 24, so.
It's true.
Electricity, about the same. Looks like we're going to be under for that. Custodial.
Now, is this
Okay.
custodial piece, does that count just for the downstairs? Because I know Meredith's been doing some of the upstairs
Yes.
work.
I believe it does.
Yeah, and it covers UniFirst.
Building maintenance.
Yeah,
I
I think
got dropped.
I just kind of estimated these numbers a week or so ago. So if you need to be updated, go for it.
Well, I mean, most of them are level funded. We got little things like this, like the building maintenance. Are we not?
Didn't Meredith though come to us last year? Did they ever get that west side slate fixed?
Well, that's why I had a question about this. Why would we put it down if we know we have to do roof
I know.
work?
But we don't typically do the roof under building maintenance. It usually goes under capital. Building maintenance here is, now I'm drawing a blank. Oh, all the inspections that we have, the elevators, the fire, the security.
Okay.
I'll have to look and see what else is under there.
Be in maintenance, building maintenance, not capital.
One would think.
I mean, my opinion is that the building maintenance, including the roof, should be under here, not capital.
I'd have to look and see if that's where it
Yeah, the
went.
roof, the front porch. I mean, to me, that's building maintenance. You're maintaining the building so that people don't fall through and get hurt.
But didn't we talk about doing the front steps?
Oh, right, that's what Peter and I were just saying.
Yeah. Anthony?
No, I was just saying, but at the same point in time, when you redo a roof in a building, you're extending that building's lifespan and its usefulness, so it falls underneath a capital project and or fixed asset.
Right.
Yeah, but
and
we're
then
not
this
redoing
is-
the whole roof, we're just fixing it.
We're doing
I know, but
some-
you know,
Under building maintenance is Orkin. Any electrical work we need to be done, Scenic Valley mowing, Jackman's of the heat pumps, the elevator people, our alarm system people, the woman that does the winding of the clock.
Oh, yeah.
Those are all, and those are all things that fall under here.
I'd leave it at 15 myself.
Okay.
So
Sharon, how
then
do you-
any roof work, any maintenance to the front porch and that, you're gonna take out of the capital fund?
That's where they took the roof work out of last year, I believe.
That's
Okay.
because we didn't have a line item for it, we didn't
Yeah.
plan for it. I mean, my feeling is we should be planning for that stuff.
I don't know if Meredith has a number for the
Yeah.
front steps or not yet.
That was, where are we working on a plan for all the buildings? We don't have it yet, obviously, but.
Yes, Meredith's working on that. With
So
Sharon,
at
I think, right?
At that point, once we got a handle on it, we're either gonna have to have a building.
Maintenance capital fund?
Yeah.
I mean, I
Yeah,
don't know.
or a building maintenance line that
Right.
encompasses all the buildings. So that we can have a pot of money there and
Yes.
know that we can do a roof repair or paint or.
Whatever.
I guess if that's what we're using, if we know it and that's what we're using that capital fund for, it may not be quite the right way to do it, but.
Yeah, because we also have, I mean, if we could match, we jump down to fire. Brett's got his building maintenance, general maintenance, unplanned expenses. Like I'd like to see what Sharon just read off. I'd love to see details in here, just so we get an idea of like the amounts. Like Sharon, when you read that list, how are you looking at, are you looking at NEMRIC or are you looking at something else?
No, I'm looking at NEMRIC. It's telling me
Okay.
exactly what's.
Okay, so we
paid
could,
out
so
of
we
there.
could, we could, like Brett did here, in terms of plugging in those individual things, because it'd be nice to get some more granular detail on some of these costs. But I think you're right, Peter. I think if we that should be stuff like roof repair. But I guess Anthony, to your point, if it's just fixing 5 or 6 slates or redoing the front steps, should that be capital? I know that you're adding to the life expectancy of the building, but it seems like those are much smaller than replacing an entire roof.
Right.
Or something of that.
which is true. What I can probably do is I can reach out to Amy, our fixed asset auditor, and ask her where are the lines drawn between a couple pieces of slate and what's considered a general project on improving the roof.
Right.
Yeah, because
Okay.
when we did the steps for the library and repainting over there, that all went to capital.
Yeah.
Right.
But
Okay.
But
Again,
part of
that's
that
because we
is,
didn't have a maintenance,
Yeah.
we didn't plan
Right.
for that stuff.
But
to
the
me, I'd rather
issue
spend that
is,
building maintenance line down
the,
these little projects, because when we go to build a new town barn or something, we look and go, oh, we haven't got much in capital building because we keep
Yeah.
spending it on maintenance items.
Right.
To me, that capital building is just what it is, a major expense, and you want 150, 200,000 into that. So when you do have, you can reach for that. And not, well, we spent 10 on painting and 3 on slate removal or slate repair, and that's why.
As I recall, the Holly Hall roof repair was kind of an extension of the bell tower repair.
Right.
And so those, if you think of those combined, that was a pretty big ticket item. We do have a plan for the library. We just received it, I think in November, maybe, from the historic preservation consultant that was hired. I haven't had any time to look at it yet, but that there is a plan for that structure with cost estimates and priorities and that kind of thing. The advice we received from the historic preservation folks regarding Holly Hall and the front steps and the porch above the front steps, which is very rotted, was that we reach out, we have a list of consultants that work on that kind of stuff, like building consultants, and ask for a quote for them to do some work there, because the historic preservation people, it was kind of out of their wheelhouse to come up with a plan for that.
the biggest issue I see with putting those items in a maintenance line, in a building maintenance line, is that, you know, one year it might be this building we're doing, next year it might be Howden Hall. And if we bounce that from budget to budget, it's gonna be really hard to track. Where at least if we have one pot of money we take it out of, it's easier for us to go back and track.
So like in the general expenses, put a building maintenance
Yeah.
and. you put
Okay.
a big pot
I
of
agree
money.
with you there, Peter. I agree with you that it is harder to track because one year you'd say, well, we got to do this. So the Holly Hall budget goes right straight through the roof. And then the next year, the library one. It's just, you look back, go back to that Holly Hall one,
Yep.
please. a minute. You'll see where 2 years in a row, we haven't spent our building maintenance. Well, maybe we took, where am I going to Holly Hall?
Yeah, it's been spent.
That's been spent.
Mhm.
Howden Hall?
Now we were almost $4,500 short. And did we take 4,500 out of capital? That could have stayed in capital and taken it out of the line. That's what I'm trying to say. And right this year so far, 4,300. That's what I'm saying. I'd rather spend the line first, the coded line. And then if you need to take some stuff or just pay it out of capital, but when you get all done before the audit, Anthony does his not creative, but some general moving for coding expenses. So you spend your line that you budgeted.
Yeah,
That's all I'm saying.
I know that we need a realistic picture of what we're doing, and knowing what all this maintenance is spent on gives us that. But
Yeah.
the idea that, you know,
But if you put like what Sharon was just reading for us, if you put under general expenses, building maintenance, and it's building maintenance for all of the town buildings, you know, I don't know if you include DPW in that or not, but then when you put the expenditure on there, you could say roof, Holly Hall, you know, front porch, Holly Hall, whatever it is, painting, library, you know, because then you know what you're spending it on.
Yeah.
You can get a breakdown that way through NEMRIC.
Would
The
that
other-
mean Peter, would that mean that you'd also fold in the fire department's building maintenance line? And
Well,
then
that's a discussion certainly to have.
yeah, I mean, what makes me nervous about it is that anything that is a line item, if it's not spent, it goes into the undesignated funds. So say we have $50,000 in a building maintenance line for all of our buildings, and we don't spend any of it, it's really gonna mess our budget for the following year.
Mm-hmm.
You know,
True.
that's where maybe it's not really the best way to do it, but taking it out of a capital fund if we use that as a building maintenance fund, maybe we start a capital building maintenance fund.
Yeah,
Well,
And
if
all
you-
the maintenance comes out of there so that money can build. So if we have a big project where we're gonna have to spend $100,000 on something for maintenance, it's there.
So then you would take these maintenance line items
You-
out of all these,
you
you would
would-
reduce the budget here, but you would have
The
you would have
building,
the building
the
fund.
building maintenance.
Yeah.
not
Now,
the-
I could be
not the
wrong, but I
general.
don't think all capital funds need to be reserve fund, or not all reserve funds need to be capital funds. For example, you've got the Peveril Peak and some of these other reserve funds that are not capital budget funds. So I think you could do that with a building maintenance reserve fund or a tree planting reserve fund, that kind of thing.
And not lose that money every year
Exactly,
like you do your line items.
right.
I mean,
So-
I would certainly be in favor of starting a fund like that. And, but we'd have to be specific that it's, roof repair, painting, so that the general maintenance budget for, cleaning the boiler,
Right.
it doesn't come
Yeah.
out of that line.
It'd be more for projects than
Yeah.
maintenance projects than
Major projects.
monthly
Yeah.
stuff.
I agree, because if you look at Brett's line here, in terms of what's happening at the fire station, these are just annual things that need to
Right.
be checked. And obviously it's a huge list, and our other buildings have less of that, but this is very different than, I mean, some panels got blown off of the fire station, and that's probably not, does that come from there, that his amounts here, or does that come from somewhere else? Because it's a physical repair to the building versus like, these are just testing systems in the building. I guess that's how you could do it. System sort of maintenance versus actual physical building maintenance. And that's where your building maintenance fund, I think, is kind of, I mean, it's, or some other name, building repair or something like that. The reserve fund seems like a good idea.
And we could, if that's something we think we want to do, that might be a good place this
Yeah.
year to start it, to
Right.
use undesignated funds,
Unassigned.
unassigned funds. No, I'm not changing, I'm stubborn.
Right, it's fine. We know what you're talking about. Right, so that would be, I mean, we would add, well, it's gonna be down here, right?
You
Just,
have to add an article.
yeah, just
Yes,
because
no.
Anthony shows up and he doesn't like the words we use, I've been doing it that way for over 20 years.
It's all Anthony's
Well, it's
fault.
because we couldn't find it in the audit. We were like, where did our money go? Oh, they've called it something else. So we would create one here, correct? And it would be a new one, similar to how we did the cemetery reserve fund, which we haven't added to in a little while, I have to say. We would add a building, whatever we want to call it, down here. Correct?
Right, building maintenance reserve fund.
Yeah, and I can create a code for that. Whenever.
And that would require voter approval.
Yeah,
Right.
which is why I probably wouldn't do it until after,
Mhm.
as much as have it on the back burner. Like, okay, when this is voted on and it passes, this is what we're gonna do with it.
So, Ian, just for discussion, so
Yep.
we put some money in that. That is not is that a reserve? So if we don't use it, stays there next year?
Correct.
Or can we transfer that up to the capital building? Because the building fund was going to be just for new construction? A definition?
No,
More of
I
a-
think that in the discussions that I've heard, it seems like we're preferring a reserve fund. So it builds and it allows us, as Peter said, if something more serious comes along, we can look to that fund and the money's going to be there to be able to help us keep our buildings in check. But I do think it's a very good idea.
Then
to
what is
start
the
one. I think-
capital building fund then?
For larger projects.
Well,
What's
I
that,
don't
Michelle?
More.
I didn't hear you, Michelle, sorry.
We were talking about larger projects, but it may just be for building.
So
Yeah.
do we just change that from capital building fund to capital building and maintenance?
Yeah, but unfortunately, if you're gonna try and use that for like DPW building, if we eventually build it up enough.
And it's not a reserve fund too, that goes unassigned funds, it'll disappear from there, right?
No, that fund doesn't go away.
Yeah, none of those.
Okay, that is a reserve fund. Okay, yeah.
I mean, I think keeping it as its own separate one might be more beneficial for reporting reasons and just record keeping as a whole. Because I'm worried that if we were to go with combining it and changing the name, Capitol Building, it would bloat the just the whole bookkeeping aspect of it a little bit. I'm not saying it's not possible, but I'm just saying that for better strength and accuracy, so to speak, it would be better separate.
So this building maintenance reserve fund also is for the library as well, correct?
Well, it's any of the town buildings.
All the buildings.
I guess my argument would be that that's what we're using the capital building fund for now.
Right.
Why don't we just make the fund fit what we're doing with it as opposed to making another fund?
See, I look at the capital building fund as a fund that we're putting money in, that if we like do a renovation or we're gonna build something new, that money is there to help with that. So that maybe you don't have to get a bond at some point to do the renovation or do whatever work you're gonna do.
I agree, but that's not what we're using it for.
I know, but that's because we haven't had a fund set up.
I guess Peter's idea is not a bad one, but I believe that if the town wants to do that, it would require voter approval to change it because it changes the scope of that voter approved fund.
Okay. Either way, we need voter approval.
I guess I started the conversation about this here 5-10 minutes ago is I'd like to at least, when we got a line item on building maintenance, I showed it on Holly Hall, we spend that line. And then the work needs to be done, you got to do it. I don't deny that at all, but it doesn't seem our capital building fund, it's just a budget item for every year because it doesn't seem to build because we take from it all the time. So as Michelle, we're saying, we're not going to build money up for a future building or something. I mean, when we did, I can't remember, was it when we rebuilt Holly Hall 15-20 years ago? We reached into that capital building and took a good chunk of money to put down. Bond was less. That's where I think of that.
And that's what I was saying.
Yeah, part of it too is like the scope is the scope of work too, how big a project it would be. So let's given that we've sort of, I think we agreed on adding this new reserve fund, looking at what these numbers are for Holly Hall.
We don't budget. We have never budgeted that type of maintenance. We have taken it from the capital building. So we're going to have to come up with a number on our own for that.
Right.
Right. And is this, so what I was going to ask is this number for building maintenance, is this just going to be for similar costs that Brett had detailed out and Sharon detailed for Holly Hall?
That's what I
is this number correct? Do we leave it at 15? Can we drop it because we're not thinking about it for being repairs? Or is this just, yes, this is how much it costs for various services to be serviced, various things to be serviced every year?
Well, last year we spent 10,590. So
but
it
that
wouldn't
was
drop
on
it too much if you dropped it.
Karen, that was on the elevator and all those alarms and everything you mentioned, right? Also,
and mowing.
I would call those regular service contracts. I mean, that's how I would describe what that line item is.
All right.
Not that we need to change the description, but just as
they're not contracts, but
well, they kind of, well, sort of, or just
It's a combination of things
as needed.
Well, I mean, Brett has his
general maintenance.
General maintenance, unplanned expenses, which I don't know if this is.
That's where we would put if something goes wrong with the furnace or something goes wrong with one of the heat pumps. That's where that goes to.
Yeah. Is that where the roof would go? That's
that isn't where we put it. No, it came out of capital funds last year.
Right. So given that in the past, because under building maintenance, we've done an unplanned expenses. Let's say the boiler goes right now and we've got this, or next year, and we've got this reserve fund. Is that where we're using Is that what we're taking out from the reserve fund for a boiler, or is that under building maintenance still? We just have to, we have to show what we're doing, where the cutoff is.
I would say if a boiler blew and they got to put a new boiler in, it's going to be $6,000. That comes out of that fund, building reserve fund,
Okay,
and not out of capital. Or,
all right.
but maybe
Capital or not out of this. So maybe we
not
take-
out of this line. No.
Okay. All right, so why don't we just call it a general maintenance thing? I guess we could call it, oops, stupid thing, general maintenance contracts.
Services.
Thank you. Okay. All right, so given that we spent 10.5, I mean, we could
I
drop
would put it to 12 or 13.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking too. All right.
Yep.
Phew, that took a long time to talk about.
Uh-huh.
All right, liability.
It's almost 10 o'clock.
No,
And
I
we
know,
still
I
have,
know.
we still have executive session, I think Val said.
We
Well, we
also
also
still
have
have the warning.
the
Right.
warning, and we also have, I think the warning is going to have to be done next week because we don't have numbers for that yet.
You don't have numbers for the warning until all your budgets are done.
Right.
No, I know. But we also have a revolving loan fund, which I might ask that we do another time. I know, Michelle, you've been wanting to do that, and I did some work on it today. But we're getting quite late.
Yeah.
The renovation bond, the question, need to find the current amortization.
Yeah.
We don't know if this is,
I'd spoken with Valerie. We think it's best to get the most current schedule. Given the information that we have, we just want to make sure we're completely accurate. So I reached out to Mike at the Vermont Bond Bank, and I should be hearing back this week, hopefully.
okay. Thank you. All righty. Howden.
Do we have enough in there for fuel?
Doesn't look like it, does it?
No. We budgeted last year 16 and we spent the year before.
24.
I think we ought to leave it at 16 at minimum. We're at halfway there already.
Electricity too. Well, so we're probably okay with electricity. What was our, 618. But of course, you're going to get more use. We're thinking about a year from now.
I would say 700.
Yeah,
And it also depends on how much they rent it out, you know.
I
how
know.
much
And I know
extra-
Meredith is she's doing well in terms of renting out the spaces. So we'll see.
Mhm.
Before we get too
Hello?
far into Howden Hall, do we want to just go back to water and sewer fees for Holly Hall?
Yeah.
Or if those are too low? Because if we are looking at the actuals through
Yeah.
December.
I would like go 800 there and 500 on the sewer water.
Thank you.
All right. Thanks, Val. Is telephone in here that's different than the rest of all the other telephones?
Yes, it has its own line over there.
Okay.
700 and we're talking a year out.
Liability is calculated, right? Yeah, lovely.
Commissioners tend to raise prices.
Is that, Ian, is that too much? I mean, year
This,
before.
the
we-
liability?
I'm looking at
Liability.
22, we spent 20 unaudited. It was,
Yeah, but that comes from VLCT.
Yeah. This
that
is
came
our
from
They came
VLP?
up with.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Yeah, there's certain ones that are calculated.
And some of it
And we-
depends on updated appraisals, because they have, they hire appraisals to go out and visit the properties.
Yeah.
And update the
All right,
values.
So here's here we go. Look, here's a perfect one. So we've got this, the maintenance and custodial. Maybe again, it should be like building maintenance, general maintenance services, which is going to be like the elevator testing and stuff like that. It'd be
Yeah,
nice to have.
Champlain Valley, Scenic Valley,
Yeah.
elevator.
With the mowing.
Yeah.
Okay, so what do we got? So our actual was 47. Wow, we were way over, under for that. And then we're at 77.
19.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
know.
we're at 1942 right now.
You better
That's-
put
okay.
that to $5,000.
Yep. All right. So now looking at our next one, coach house, exterior painting, or capital building reserve fund. Hey, it's a perfect line for
No,
our new reserve fund.
Well, this is the coach house. If we can plan for that, we already know the coach house is not that big.
Well, that's what that budget line item is.
Well, I know,
$300.
but that's what I'm saying. If the coach house is not that big and we're gonna paint it, I mean, can't we
Building
plan on that as a
Yeah.
I'd put
budgeted item?
$1,000 in there at least.
Yeah, I don't,
Well-
I would say that, yeah, I don't know. Unless you're gonna have a separate line for it every year,
That's
I don't
been a
think you need
separate
to.
line, just hasn't been.
I
funded.
know.
and we just
I know, but
haven't, we haven't funded it, and we haven't spent it, and it's not that big a building, so why wouldn't it come out?
Yeah.
To argue against you, why wouldn't it come out of that other fund? Not saying I care,
Yeah.
but.
It
Yeah.
wouldn't, but I see, I look at this as, okay, if you know that it's gonna happen, can you plan for that money in the budget? I mean, I
Yeah,
don't,
but-
you know,
You
I don't
end up-
know, right?
You end up with a roller
I think
coaster.
I think it should be part of the maintenance, like painting something. It's either in the line above it, and we take this line out, or we put it in the reserve fund, our new reserve fund. I don't think it needs its own line item.
Can we go back and discuss on the maintenance and custodial? We raised it to 5. Do we have, what generated the 4765? I believe that were in the windstorm, the doors got blown off or something, Peter.
I don't know, but
Unbelievable number,
we're
that.
at $2,000 already this year.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Well,
look, we're talking to coach. We're just talking,
No,
yeah,
that's not
47,
all.
I mean, excuse me, I'm sorry. I'm just wondering what cost 47.
Well, Sharon's going to tell us.
Was that an
all
unbelievable?
the mowing, elevator. Elevator is actually 2 because we have an inspection, but because it's a lift, it's a different company.
Yeah.
Champlain Valley, we had furnace issues over there last year. They had to come a couple times. It was over $2,000 to get it up and running. We have cleaning person over there. That's everything that rolls.
So that was what generated that 4765, right? Sharon?
Yeah, a good chunk of it was because the furnace went down
So are we?
and we had to have it fixed.
Yeah,
So
because
maybe
like
we can get away with 4 there.
Yeah, that's what I
yeah,
was
because
thinking,
well, if
Peter.
you look, we had been doing 2,500. We were way under 4765. We still kept it at 2,500 last year, but then it's crept up again, and we're getting close. So yeah, maybe this, if fingers crossed, everything is working well over there. But again, having that reserve fund is where that's our padding, our cushion for things like that, where you have a furnace problem. That's
Right,
where
that
that
could've
reserve
come out
fund
of
can
that
come in
line.
handy. Yeah, exactly.
After, like Joel said, after that line is spent.
Correct. Yes. Yeah.
Well, the only problem with this one is it says maintenance and custodial, so,
Yeah.
you know, it's like, okay, how much do you put in there for, you know, at what point
Yeah.
does you take out custodial out of maintenance, out of our
Right.
reserve fund?
Well, because we have custodial separate for Holly Hall too. I almost feel like we need custodial as a separate thing, but I know it's like a very small thing. It's sort of like similar to having the coach house and whatever that is. I'm going to take out the coach house because I think we're going to it's going to be
Take out the
captured.
coach house and move custodial down there, and then we can separate it out.
Well, no, because it's got a number attached to it. That's the
No,
thing.
he's saying add an extra line, add a line.
Oh,
for
yeah?
custodial.
All right, I can do that. I'm sure.
Sharon,
Anthony
do you know how
appreciates-
much custodial was last year?
I think.
Or just
he
replace the
charges
coach house line.
$75 a month.
I can't because it's kind of you're right. I could do that. Yeah. Sorry. Thank you though.
Yeah, because
Well, no, because I don't want to do that because this is actually it's coded. This is coded for coach house.
So that's
yeah, but
Right.
it's all zeros in there.
That's $900 for custodial.
I'd make
No, I
a
know.
custodial and put it.
Hold
in
on. Everyone
$1,000.
calm down. Do I just delete this?
Yes,
Can I do that?
sure.
You just
Okay,
You
did.
can do whatever you want.
Well, I
Just
don't know
put
what
custodial
on
there. Yeah.
It's on Anthony's side of things. He's going to be like, "Where'd that number go?" Okay, so we've got this, and we're going to put in
900, it was
I would put a-
$900 last year, yeah.
I would put
Okay.
1,000 in there.
All right. Joel's
Yep.
feeling generous for the custodians.
Well, no,
And then make
I
that
know.
25.
Huh?
25 for 3, make it
Well,
3.
Well,
there we go.
if you're taking
Right.
1,000 out,
I agree, Peter. Yeah.
that would be 35.
And then would that code be
900.
last 4 digits?
No, but
Ian, would that code then be, or Anthony, 18-44.05?
We'll let Anthony give me that.
Yeah.
I'll have to look.
Yeah, he can
So
do that.
just to clarify, there's gonna be the maintenance and then are you thinking there's a subsection of custodial? It's not the full thing, but it's tied closely enough to it?
No,
Because that's usually what a 0.01 is hypothetically. So I just want to know what you guys are thinking. I mean, I'll probably look at it.
same as Holly Hall. Whatever you've done here for custodial, not you, but whatever has been done, should just be done over here.
yeah, that's
okay.
a 0, and then maintenance is 0.5. So
Yeah.
let him work his magic.
Yeah.
Yeah, he can work his magic.
Oh, thanks, guys. Don't worry. I got it. I got it. Don't worry.
Ian, I think under maintenance over there, it says mowing, elevator, furnace,
Yeah.
general maintenance. You know,
Yeah, so what I'm gonna do is, you're right, Joel, I'm gonna take this.
somebody breaks a piece of glass.
General
Yeah.
maintenance and service.
Yeah. Oh, I just gotta take wait, go back. I'm almost as good as Val now doing this.
Yeah.
Not quite. Not quite. How about that?
There you
We do
go.
that? So it matches.
Yeah.
I like matchy stuff. All right, so cleaning, we don't need to have that as red. And then what I'm gonna do is, I'm gonna, I'll try to get some detail from Sharon and maybe break these out. It's nice what Brett did for his, it's great. It'd be nice for us to have that as well. And I'm happy to work on that because I like details. All right, so custodian, we've got that in, and he's gonna code that. So we're gonna put a little thing here. Boop. All right. Public safety. All right, so this is where, all right, we've got the dog officer, which Bruce is highly recommending.
So is the town traffic control contract number and the police response number correct? Are those the same as what's in Bruce's?
Let's take a look. I had that budget here. and now it's
The
disappeared.
7,000 is the same.
Yeah, I knew the 7,000 was right. It's the other two numbers I wasn't.
Getting there. Look.
On the revenue.
The school is 30 and
Yeah.
Non-district is 10 and 19 is the town traffic, so they aren't
All right.
right. That's 19. And the police response, I believe that's 10.
Right.
Non-district services. We also need to use the same terminology.
And the 7,000 really is Bruce's revenue, correct?
Right, that should, yeah.
So if we get a dog officer, which Bruce has done a wonderful job doing that, that's,
It's not like he wants that job, though.
No, I know,
He really
I
doesn't
know.
want that job.
I'm just saying, we had a 32 cent increase, 32 cent tax rate. That might make it 33 cents on the police side. That goes away on the revenue side of the police, correct?
Yes, you are correct. Because $10,000 is a cent. We figured that out.
Right, that's what I'm saying, because, okay. That's why I've said earlier that I wasn't ready until we got this budget done of a overall tax rate for the entire town.
Okay.
I think that's the
So,
same, that's the same.
oh yeah. Well, do I need police here? I think we know it's police, don't we?
It's clarification, so that's
Okay.
fine.
Well, I'm gonna add police here then. Okay.
The Holly Hall one, should we raise? We've already spent $153. Should we raise that water fee up? The Howden Hall.
We did.
We
We
did.
did.
The Howden Hall, sorry, Peter.
Oh, heaven.
The Howden Hall, should we raise that to at least 4? I'm just asking.
Sure.
Sounds-
Sounds reasonable. Well, I mean, we're 48, yeah. But the idea is that people are using these,
So
using these
$100 a
buildings more.
quarter.
The Bristol Water
Yeah.
Commissioners are really, raising the rates, so
Yeah.
you might want to keep putting it up.
So we can't use more than the minimum there.
What's the
I
minimum?
think so, Peter.
70 something
80,
a
I think,
quarter.
yes. I use $80. Quarters.
81, 60, 340.
That's 320, Peter.
320.
All right. So we want to keep it, oops.
You could go 350.
320 or 350.
350. We'll compromise. Because it was at 3, right?
Yeah.
What?
$356.
And 72 cents.
Oh, finger happy.
He's just checking to see if we're still paying attention.
Exactly. Okay. So we've got our updated figures from Bruce's budget. And there's no supplies item. The dog pound, we don't have that. This is calculated, thank you. Street lights, that's our considering new Stony Hill lights. Ooh.
Yeah, because those lights over there are all new. They're all LED. They're different.
And those are gonna be on us.
They are on us.
Great.
So we've already been paying for them though.
You
Yeah,
mean
they're
the
on.
Firehouse Drive?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
That's a street.
Yep.
We've already been paying for them though, is what I'm saying.
They're on
Right.
account.
So so what are we at? 24, we went up to 25, and now we're down to 24 again. So
Well,
shouldn't
this
that
year
be-
we're only at 97 so far.
Oh,
We're
that's
halfway
true.
through the
And we-
year.
Yeah,
Yeah.
but we haven't paid the last month. There's a bill in the amount in the stack
In our
tonight, so
warrant.
this is only 5 months worth.
Divide that, 90.
I guess bump it up to,
Yeah, I bumped it to 25.
Yeah.
Given that we'll just level fund it from last year.
If you just do the
Michelle can-
divide there, it's 23,400. So 25 is
Okay.
24. Is,
That bill in here is for 5,600.
Yee.
But that's not,
that's not all streetlights. That's
that's not all streetlights.
Yeah.
that's
Well,
everybody.
it just is electricity, so I'm just telling you what the number is.
Streetlight
All right.
usually runs around 2,000 a month.
Why is administrative assistant down here below everything else?
I was going to ask
Because
that.
it's just Gale.
But can't we put it up to where the rest of you guys are? I feel like
You
she's all
can
alone
put
It's a
it
down.
different
wherever
category.
you want.
these
Well-
are in order of the account numbers.
No, I know.
Yeah, the town report arrangement is, I don't know how that happened, but these are in order of account numbers.
Well, but we can move it, correct? If we wanted to.
Good.
Or do we
It's
would
not
we
an
prefer to
assistant
keep it?
clerk, so you'd have to change it. It's just an admin assistant.
Wouldn't that go into the salary, Valerie's budget?
Wait,
No, she's not
Ian, do
doing
you mean
anything.
just physically moving that item and putting it up next to all
Yes.
the other personnel
Yes.
expenses?
I mean, it's been done like this, and it's in the town reports because all the numbers match. But
Yep.
I would prefer to have this a salaried position up where the rest of the people are, as opposed to under public safety and under the town hall or Howden Hall.
Right.
This makes more sense to me to
Does.
see it there.
Yeah.
One thing I don't know is actually how to move multiple things. How do I move this? Can I move it?
Yeah, just make the space up above the first of where it's gonna go and make sure there's enough space available.
Am I
Otherwise-
copying
Well,
and
you just-
pasting?
If you cut it and then you highlight a line and say insert cut
Cut
cells, it'll put
cells.
it in the
It will
right,
put it in
Yeah.
there and not take anything.
put in all
else
the
out.
lines.
All right.
And if you
watch-
mess it all up, I'm going home and you can fix it later.
That's right.
All right, so
I haven't had
that's what I'm
supper
asking,
yet.
because I don't want to mess stuff up. I'm not trying to add more time to our time here.
Okay,
I'm
does this
copying-
automatically save, Ian, before you mess it up, save it first?
It automatically saves.
Okay.
So once I mess it up, it'll save immediately, but I can undo. So
What is the undo?
we're copying this,
No,
and we're
you're
gonna drop.
cutting it.
You should be cutting it.
You should be cutting it.
Yeah,
I'm
just
cutting it versus
Yeah,
copy.
cut it. Cut.
Cut,
There.
Yes,
But-
cut. Cut.
but you have to copy it first.
No, you don't.
Cut.
What?
Cut. Now it's
Alright.
on your, now it's on your,
Clipboard.
yeah.
That's a copy. That's not a cut. A cut is
No, your
removing.
cut does too.
Oh
Yeah,
my
your
gosh,
cut will
that's
come
crazy.
back.
All right, so here we go. So how about,
I put it in between those two,
yeah.
town administrator and clerk.
Okay, so we're gonna be in here.
Yeah, that's where I would put it. Right
Yeah,
click,
and then do a right click and do. Oh, this
Insert
doesn't
cut cells.
insert cut cells halfway down.
Okay. Ooh.
I've never seen that.
Watches
Do it
our
all the
bottom
time.
line
Oh
drastically
my God, we're
changes.
teaching you guys something.
This is great.
I even know that.
I was gonna tell you how to do it, but I figured.
I'm
I'd let
learnable.
you-
Yeah, so aren't we all?
All right, so this shouldn't destroy anything, I hope. Maybe
We'll
Val,
find
you can
out.
take a look at take a look at our bottom line.
Yeah.
But I mean, everything's calculated from here, and it should still know about these calculations. So given that, if I go back down, has it been removed?
It'll be gone.
It'll be.
Oh, look at that. Lovely. So I want to, so how do I just remove a line then?
Delete row.
Oh, delete row. Got it. Thank you. Okay, so that's lovely. Thank
What did you, what did you delete? A
Just
blank.
a
Just
blank
an
row.
empty row.
Oh, okay.
Okay. I didn't do anything bad.
Don't get,
Okay, lovely.
don't
So
get
let's
so
go-
nervous, Val.
I know. Well, it's true. Okay, so jumping back to here. So administrative assistant. I know Joel wanted it to be salary.
Nice.
There we go. I got that. So these are all calculated,
Or just.
and then
It's a part-time
So-
position, so there shouldn't be benefits.
This side is.
okay, and then we've got a question here.
And this side you can move back and forth.
Yeah.
Yeah, there are benefits listed in those rows and there shouldn't be.
Ah,
Retirement, there
doing-
shouldn't be retirement. Health insurance, there shouldn't be health.
I'm working on those as we speak, actually.
Okay.
Reviewing back a couple of years, it was made apparent. I had discovered that Sharon was not moved on some of her expenditures. So they were actually being charged to the administrative assistant line. Originally, it was, so I've been able to make some entries so far, but I'm still working on that.
Okay. I'm gonna
But
ask my
yeah, there
computer,
should be-
my computer and equipment question. Is it the same thing, Sharon, Dominion Tech here, or is that something else?
Yes, no, same thing.
Thank you. Oops, where'd it go?
Now, since we're 656, only halfway through the year, does that need to be increased?
Oh, here you mean, yeah. Well, our actual was 464 from 800. We put up to 9, so we are using more. But yeah, that's interesting.
Well, maybe there was some more IT support services that had to be done on
Could be.
Google
You
or
want to
whatever.
bump that up,
Oh.
or Sharon?
Looking for it.
Val, do we need this in
Interesting,
here? That's okay. Do we need the Y 183 in there, or can we remove that?
Yeah, those have to do with 21 and 22.
Okay. Boop, they're gone. Or your comment's gone. Just tidying it up.
Oh, that's why that's wrong. On computer equipment, it's 2121.10.
Ooh,
That's why it wasn't coming up.
21.10.
Zero.
Okay.
Yeah.
So is 900 okay? I mean, seeing it, we're 72. Do we want to bump that?
And we're at 656. Let's see, 1, 2, 3. Yeah, let's see, maybe 1,000. Yeah.
Okay. All right. Lovely. Thank you very much. All right, so let's sit down. We've done all these things.
Ian, can you stay back
Yep.
there for just a second? I want to ask
Sure,
Sharon.
sure.
Sharon, if we, limited time that Gail works for us, and if we hired assistant clerk, assistant treasurer, would that administrative assistant go away? And I asked that,
No,
not that I
I-
want her to go away, not that I want her to go away. So should we really put the administrative assistant down where that line is in the clerk/treasurer's office or not?
no,
It
because
was-
she's not an assistant clerk or an assistant treasurer.
No, but with the two people and the new person we hired, do we need a so-called third or fourth person in that office, third person?
It would be nice because this person, anytime they're 20 hours in the treasurer's office, I'm out here by myself.
Okay.
You know, the administrative assistant used to be under the clerk treasurer's umbrella, but we broke it out because in fact, that position provides support for all the other departments as well.
Okay.
Not just clerk
Then I'll
treasurer.
ask the $1 million question. I know we were having trouble finding somebody 32 hours for those two positions. What if we made it 40 hours and made it assistant clerk, assistant treasurer, and kind of a general office person?
Yeah, but then you're only allotting 10 hours
8
for
hours.
that.
Yeah, but they're still there all week. They can do,
Yeah.
I'm just asking the question, not really, something to
Mhm.
food for thought to think maybe a year or so, if you can't find anybody for 32 hours. That's all I have.
It's still a full-time position either way.
Yeah, I don't know that the issue in finding someone is, from what I've gleaned, is that the 32 hours is the problem. It's just that there's not a lot of workforce out there.
Right, no, you're right, Darla.
So given that, with the administrative assistant, given the low number of hours, would it be preferable to put that up to a higher number of hours? Is that more valuable to you than an assistant clerk or an assistant treasurer position?
But with the person that's there right now, I don't think she has a capacity to work more than that.
Well, not thinking at any particular person, but just as the role. Like,
I
we-
believe state statute requires an assistant clerk. I'm not sure about assistant treasurer.
well, let's keep that as it is, because I think we've defined that position. I'm just asking about the administrative assistant. If we were able to do more hours, is that useful for Sharon or for you, Val, in terms of the work that they do?
Definitely for Sharon. And sure, I mean, there's plenty to do to support the other departments.
And
Okay.
Gail usually does more than her 10 hours a week anyways.
Yeah.
She does help extra during elections too, because we usually
Yeah.
keep the office open, where a lot of clerks close it on election day. She does what she can. She usually works 12 to 15 hours a week, I think.
Okay.
There's a lot, like today, she was here until 3:30, 4:45, just doing stuff, because she doesn't like to leave. She has a task. She doesn't like to leave it undone. She does do
Okay.
a lot of stuff for Anthony. She does filing and
Okay.
checks and all that other kind of stuff for him. So she does do other stuff. She's helped with Chris when he did his project with his zoning files, and
Yeah.
so she does stuff for other people as well. But she's
So what was-
usually 12 to 15 hours a week.
Okay. And is that amount enough? That covers that? Okay. I guess it's in there from our personnel, which Val can probably look at. I just want to make sure, I know obviously the role changed from
Right.
previous years. So I was just curious. I just want to make sure.
Currently in at 10 hours a week.
Okay, so maybe you want to adjust that to 15 if she's actually doing that. I'm just thinking of the year ahead, like what might happen,
Right.
if she's doing those hours and is comfortable doing those hours, I wouldn't want to be under that. Okay,
Right.
thank you. Okay, all right, super. Not that I want to keep putting the budget up either. I'm just trying to be aware of everything. All right, so let's sit down if everyone's okay with that. And we're into fire department, which we sort of went through. I don't know if people want to look through this at all.
No.
No,
That's a no on that. Okay, thank you.
All the ones
So
we've
there's-
already gone through,
Yeah, no, we're good. I mean, we've obviously had that.
Yeah,
All
I
right,
want to
so
add
then we-
one thing to, Ian, I want to add one thing to the fire department.
Yeah,
I want to add cell phone for Brett LaRose. All the department heads get paid for them, except his.
okay. That sounds
Rec
fine to me.
department paid for, is Meredith paid for a cell phone?
yeah,
In
we,
the orders
$50 a
tonight.
month.
Okay, that's new.
That sounds fine. Where would we put that in?
He has
Is it into there?
telephone.
Well, is that under, would it be under his budget or under a town thing? I guess it's,
No, it
It
comes
is.
out of each of our budgets.
okay.
Out of his telephone.
Yeah,
So you want to, all right, so telephone.
telephone,
I just-
cell phone reimbursement.
yeah, you just went,
Oh, there it is. Got it. Thank you.
Yeah.
Val's in there. Wait, Val, did you just put that up?
Nope, I didn't change
Okay.
anything.
So what do you want to put that up to?
It's
What was
$50
it?
a
Everybody's getting
month.
It's $50 a
so
month,
$600.
Right.
You entering that, Val? Look at that. We got multiple people
When he
changing
looks
the
at
budget.
this, He's
Love
gonna
it.
wonder why his budget changed. So make sure you put a note in there, cell phone reimbursement for Brett.
Uh-oh. What's going on there?
I don't
I
know,
think
why
I'll
don't
make
you
it a-
just change it? There you go.
Wait, what did you do, Val? You added,
She
Could've just
she
put a
just
new
did
number in.
50 times 12 to
Oh,
whatever
okay.
he had in there already.
all right, and then includes, whoa, hang on a second. Wait, where did that come from?
The one below, it looks like it was
All right,
copied.
hang on. Got it. Sorry. Includes,
Cell
Cell
phone
phone
reimbursement
reimbursement,
to Brett or to
Or
Chief.
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 if I can spell chief. Nope, I
You
still
still don't
can't
have
spell
it right?
chief.
Pressure's on.
So do we want to start that cell phone reimbursement now or not until July 1st?
July 1st.
Okay,
Super, thank you. All right, that's in there. Good. He'll like that, I'm sure.
I'm sure mine doesn't cost me $50 a month.
That's a good suggestion.
Base charge does, but
Thank you, Joe.
cell phone doesn't.
I watched him at that structure fire the night before Thanksgiving. He must have been on the phone. Going right across all this. He uses all the time for fire business.
Yeah,
yeah, that's
I mean,
how I communicate with him a lot of the time.
yeah. I mean, similar to everybody, we talked about previously the pagers that Department of Public Works isn't using, and everyone uses cell phones, but yeah. All right, thank you very much for that, Joel. Lawrence Memorial Library.
Is it a commercial phone or?
No, I think they furnish one.
Yeah, the police department has their own cell phone.
Anything here? Oh, okay, so here, look, here's this line again. So this is what we were gonna add to because of the upcoming work. Are we not doing that anymore because this is just a general maintenance thing?
Yeah, well, we better
That's
come up with
That's the plan.
we better come up with
Yes.
a big number for that phone.
No, I know. No, I know. We're gonna do that. I like my big numbers. Okay, so let's take this and let's put that down here.
Question though, if
What came out of there, because they have their own budget.
Yeah.
we're gonna do that plan that we had, Valerie's hasn't looked at yet, but it came in late November. I understand.
Yeah.
Do that in the spring, possibly that work. But if the voters vote not to create this another fund, should we put it in here and explain to them it'll come out of there if we vote?
No,
Just
if
wanna
they
make
that-
sure it's there to pay
If
for.
they don't do it, we take it out of the capital building fund like we always have.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
true. Peter. That's true.
The
it's-
$150 for last year was, we paid the elevator thing, which we shouldn't have. I sent them the bill this time, but because they have their own budget. But other than that, we haven't ever paid anything out of here.
So,
Interesting.
okay. So it's in their budget to do things like the elevator or check the lights or whatever.
Mhm.
Okay, so maybe this
So
this
there's
line.
$3,000 for our building maintenance fund.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I think you're right, Peter. I think maybe this line disappears if they're budgeting for that.
Because we
similar
don't,
to- Yeah,
when
similar
we
to the
do
fire
repairs
department.
when we do
Go ahead.
repairs or paint, we obviously aren't taking it out of that line.
Yes. So do we want to do this?
Because we don't see their invoices of what they look
Do
for.
on their own.
Yeah. Cool.
All right. Well,
Well, I
here,
think-
what I'm going to
I
do
think
is I'm
Sharon's
just going to
right,
go
but
back. And I'm
The
gonna do
elevator should be
this.
paid by them, but the building is owned by us, so we pay for the repairs.
To the physical building.
For the physical building, the elevator is a maintenance item for them.
Yay. What's that?
It's just a refresh issue.
Come on. All right. So I'm going to say move to this. Hang on. Let me, I'm going to stop sharing and then I'm going to join. Refresh. Let's see if this works. Oh, yeah, you're right. All right. Let me start sharing because I didn't need to do that. Okay.
Stop it, Darla.
Is that it? Is that where we were? Okay. So is that okay to do? We're going to take that since we don't seem to be using that, and we're going to move it to that, or at least be thinking about that.
Yeah.
All right. So this is all your calculated. So there's that. Cemetery.
Cemetery care, that's Varney,
Yeah.
Briggs Hill, and the one on Meehan.
That
Birds
mowing.
gravel,
It's mowing
Yeah.
primarily, right?
yeah.
Okay. Tax anticipation interest. Okay. Municipal solid waste. So we've been,
Is that the right number, Val? Didn't we get an updated number or something or other?
I
on
believe that
Closures?
8,000 is the most current calculated, that
Okay.
reflects the most current expenses.
Okay.
And also what the auditor recommended, or pretty darn close to it.
okay. All right.
After all that
Taxes.
hubbub about the landfill.
Contributions. This is our usual thing. So what do we got here? 4th of July, Bristol PD. Why are we paying that?
Because it's a
town
townwide,
function. And the 1213 is the invoice that Bruce just put in
Yep.
in this warrant.
So it looks
So
like
I would leave it at
1,500.
1,500 because with the,
Why?
I don't know how he charges.
I don't either, depends on who he has to pay
Right.
what.
Why is it not part of their budget, the committee's budget?
Because it's not
an-
a district service, it's a town-wide function, so the town pays for it.
And it's the town, actually the park belongs to the town,
Right.
not the district.
So the 4th of July is for the entire town, not just the district.
Right, but shouldn't this be part of the budget of the 4th of July committee? They get, well. we're
What,
the
they'll just
committee,
ask us for more money.
I was just
They
gonna
already
say
have.
that.
It's $8,500.
Yeah, but
That's
that's to
because of
cover
the price of
additional
fireworks.
fireworks.
But that's such a small budget to put on such a big event. I mean, you, and look what Pocock costs, you know?
Yeah,
I
it costs a lot.
It does cost a lot.
And yeah, and we have to pay for police. That's why I was just curious. Not we, Core had to pay for police.
Correct,
And so I
correct.
was just curious why. Because we're like, we pay for that nonprofit comes out of an appropriation, but then we have a line item also paying for that event, which they put on as the nonprofit. So that's what I was just curious about. Why that line item wouldn't be part of their budget.
Well, it could be, they would just charge us for, there would just be a bigger appropriation.
Right. I agree.
Okay. I mean, for me, I feel that that's cleaner. I think if the town actually did 4th of July as opposed to a separate nonprofit that's not connected to the town, that to me, that seems a cleaner thing for them to ask for more money as opposed to having our line item, but that's just me. You know, if the town actually put it on, if the town of Bristol ran the 4th of July, then I could see us having a line item for that. But
Well, isn't it the
So do
4th of
you want-
July committee
Yeah, it is.
that the town?
We don't have anything to do with it.
nothing to do with them. That's why I was just curious about it. I'm not
So-
I'm not
so
taking
do
that
you
money away.
wanna-
I just want to, like, for have cleanliness of this all.
So if that's the case, do you want to up their,
No, I'm not letting you back out. Sorry.
Up
I
their
can't because it's it has to be a
petition?
it's a petition, and people have signed the petition for the 8,500, and so we can't change that. Can we, Sharon?
I almost think we can.
Yeah,
Blackboard
okay.
can put something on the
yeah.
warning.
Or why don't we put it in there for this year and then tell the 4th of July committee that we want them to carry it next year and add it to their,
Add it to their appropriation request. Because right now, they've
so
got to fill it out for 3 years
Yeah.
anyway.
yeah, that seems. Is that cleaner?
if you want them to cover it and you don't want it here, that's,
I mean, I'm one of 5 of us, but I feel like that is a completely separate event. I mean, it would be the same as like if
be
you
more
had a police
transparent.
thing. Yes, because it's a separate group handling it. So Sharon, so they got signatures this year to up it to 8,500, and then next year they have to do the same thing. So we would just
Right.
tell them or suggest this is what we'd like to do, and they would just change that to 10,000.
Yeah.
Okay, because they have to do that anyway. I just don't want to create any more work for them. But if they're having to do the amount anyway and petition
But
again,
since it's changed, they'd have to start at year 1 again.
No, unless we say
We
to
can
them,
waive it.
we can waive that.
We could
third
waive it
year.
if that's what you want to do, but
So Sharon, while we're talking about the 4th of July, it says 1213 there.
that's
Actual-
how much the bill is for this last 4th of July.
So did we not get paid for last year? No,
He
no-
just submitted the bill.
Yeah.
It's in the stack.
No,
next
for
to-
21-22. It's 0.
I didn't find
We
one, so
didn't
I
have
don't know
4th of
where that
July
one went.
parade.
yeah, we didn't have
Yeah,
it.
COVID, we
We
had
didn't have
COVID.
That's right. I'm sorry, Michelle, you're right. We just had fireworks.
To remember that, you know, it's just a.
Yeah.
So this.
No,
so
we
this
had
is just
4th
my
of July
sug-
parade last year.
Last year we did, not the year
Not
Oh,
before.
that
Yeah.
1213 is
That's
last
year-
year's
yeah.
4th of July. I'm sorry.
That's right.
Yeah.
The year before, you're right, Peter.
So I made this suggestion, but I don't want to. Obviously, there are 4 other board members that can speak to this. If you don't want to change it, that's totally fine. That was just my suggestion.
No,
Fine with me.
I believe it would be cleaner. I
Okay.
wouldn't have supported it if I wasn't willing to change it.
I think,
Okay,
you know,
so-
as long as we can frame it in a positive way for them, you know, we're not trying to add an expense for them. We support them, you know, like you
Yeah.
said, their
But
petition.
we also have to let Bruce know where he's got to submit the bill.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Which I think is fine. Okay, I just think going forward it should be cleaner. We take that out, and then they can handle everything and have it in one big budget for them.
You know what we could do? Is we could amend it from the floor to take it from here
Ah,
when we get to
Yeah.
because
appropriation.
their appropriation is separate anyway because it's changing.
correct. Okay, that sounds good.
So we could amend it to $10,000 and pull the 1,500 and take the 1,500 from here, and we won't have to change,
Yeah,
it won't change anything.
Yeah, but if you take this out here, it's gonna change.
No,
So you're saying leave it in here until.
leave it in here and then at town meeting,
yeah,
this will already be approved, so the money will already be there.
Right.
Then we move the,
Oh,
we
yeah, I
make the
see what you're
motion
saying.
to up that to $10,000 and take the
1,500 from here.
1,500 from here, so we don't
Right.
change any of the numbers in the budget.
yeah.
Yeah,
Our bottom line is still the same, but we've just moved 1,500. We just have to
Right.
remember to do that at town meeting.
Yeah,
right.
And if we
then
don't-
next year, they'll just
Yeah.
have to do the appropriation request for the town.
Yeah.
Yeah, which they have to do anyway.
Right.
and if
They
we
need to
forget
do
it,
it
it's
for
not
3
the
years.
end of the world, because the money's there.
Yeah, exactly. Okay. All right. Well,
I just soon just leave it the way it is because, I mean, the 2 years, was it at least 1 or 2 years we didn't have a parade? We didn't have 4th of July, correct?
Right?
Yeah.
Correct.
But we still gave them the appropriation. Here, if we don't have a parade in 2023 or 24, because we're budgeting for it, we're still spent that 1,500. We saved 1,500 a year and a half ago,
That's correct. We did.
2 years, 2 years in
years.
a row.
2 years in
Yeah.
a row. And if we have a washout and it just a delusion of never had a 4th of July parade ran out in Bristol, rained out, and nobody shows, we don't pay that out, but we paid it out in appropriation. I'd rather leave it where it is. The voters know exactly what it's for, 4th of
But I
July.
wonder, Joel, if, I mean, they're paying bands and they're paying things like that, they're paying
Yeah.
for
Yeah.
fireworks. Are those contracts canceled if it's
I don't know that. I think they was for the bands and stuff because they gave them plenty of notice, but I don't know about even the fireworks. I don't know that.
No,
It's
I mean, yeah, I mean, I know that for 4th of July during pandemic. I mean, the chances
but-
of us, like crossing my fingers here, chances are we won't experience another issue with the pandemic like we've had. But if it's
Gosh,
just,
I hope not.
that would be like a day of the call. I'm guessing that they would probably have to honor any contracts. I don't know that,
Probably, you're right.
but anyway, just
I mean,
Big deal. It's still, we gotta pay
those, the
$50.
PD's gonna have to be scheduled ahead of time too.
yeah,
It's not like he can call those guys
the day
Friday night and say, tomorrow I need you.
on a holiday.
yeah.
Yeah.
No, you're right. I just think it's cleaner here because if, with a new contract, Bruce may have to, that may be up more than, a couple $100. So, in 3 years, if he says, hey, we're gonna do, I see it as expense could be volleyball if it's paid by them and not by us.
Yeah, but if the expense for Bruce is more, they have to plan on that.
Yeah.
That's not our issue.
Yeah, they would work it into their budget. And I'm hoping
Right.
that, with 10, we're upping from 6, that's 4 higher than what they've had for many, many years. I'm hoping that they're able to use that budget for this as well as everything else. Okay, but I hear what you're saying, though. I mean, it's like, yes, we haven't spent that money, but as Darla said, I hope that we don't have a situation like the last
Fingers
couple of
crossed.
years. Yeah. Okay, so I made a note, just move on floor vote, so we can if we do decide to get that, I think it seems like we're in agreement to do that. We just have to remember to do that, and if we don't, then all right.
Hey,
do we need to?
go back to Addison County tax. We got a
Sure.
final number today. It's 21,143.
You sure they're not gonna come back?
No, they sent out the thing today, late this
Okay.
afternoon, saying these are what your taxes are gonna be.
Good.
Okay. Thank
So
you.
has our budget gone up by 18.3%? Holy crap.
Well, you mean this right here?
Yeah.
No kidding. You gotta stay in the house.
Do we need to look at Public Works at all?
No.
Let me scroll past that then. How about Arts, Parks, and
No.
Recreation? Okay, let me scroll past that then.
Mm.
They have numbers for everything. All right. So I've added these numbers in, it's continuing in from past years. So this number, which you'll notice is slightly higher by 328%. I upped that, so I want to have a discussion about that. This obviously isn't set in stone. So traditionally we've done 7, but I would really like to move towards getting a little bit more in our technology fund to be able to improve the IT for the town, as well as the email systems, as well as the website, things like that. This doesn't include what we were looking at for the budgeting software, but maybe it would in the long term if we can maybe use some unassigned funds to sort of bolster this fund. But I'm just wondering people's thoughts. This was just a number I put in, but obviously it's a lot different. But what are people's thoughts on that?
Making me choke.
Yeah.
But-
No, I know, and maybe this isn't the year to do that. I mean, I really like to do it, and it's, you know, I've tried
maybe you do half this
valiantly to
year.
get it through our.
That's what I was going to suggest. Can we take it in baby steps, Ian?
Yeah.
Sure.
Maybe
No,
go to
absolutely.
20,000 this year, 15,
Yeah.
18,000 this
15.
year.
Okay, yeah, because it's definitely, you know, we put 7 in and 7 gets used, because it's sort of it's computers and things like that. So, but I would like to sort of start padding that, and if we've got some assigned funds that we can actually use, I'd like to add a little bit more to that if we could. I've tried valiantly to sort of put it on the ARPA list, but it unfortunately didn't sort of rise to the top, just because it's just, you know, it does serve a lot of people in the community, but it's just one of those things where it's I don't know, it's IT
not-
is just IT's not exciting. So
I was gonna say, it's
And
not
it's
very
not really
sexy.
yeah, it's not, I mean, it's visible in terms of the website, but the stuff that's underneath and behind that sort of isn't visible. It helps people work better, you know, at the town offices and things like that, and helps us work better. But so, yeah. So, I mean, if are folks okay with 15?
But you just said something that stood in my mind. You said, well, it helps with computers and stuff, but every department had a line item for computers. So,
Well, it's
Explain that to
mostly
me.
the hardware. That's where that comes from. Like
For the
Sharon's motherboard breaks, and it's usually this
Okay.
capital technology fund. That's where that's coming out of generally, or a new computer for Anthony, things like that. And so if we put in 7 and generally like computers, 3,500, maybe some monitors, maybe this, it's like we tend to spend that each year. And so the idea would be to try to put a little bit more in there so we can start to think about bigger kind of changes in terms of the website and things like that.
kind of like the building fund, we had a half-hour discussion on.
Yeah, I know. I don't want to have a half-hour discussion on this. So,
No.
okay,
Okay.
but yeah. All right. So that's good. Thank you very much.
I do know talking with the chief that he wants to have a discussion. And I'm surprised because he said when we get to the capital fire vehicle fund,
Okay.
he wants to have a discussion on that because he wants to raise that up to, I thought he told me 125 for the next year. Because what his calculations is, Peter, you can help me, maybe you can talk with him about it, was that tanker that was bought under Peaker's watch, I believe, wasn't it, Peaker?
Yeah.
2007, so that's going to be going down the road another 5 years. And, you know, the truck we're coming in the door in March or April is 650 odd thousand. And he feels that truck's going to be closer to 800 because it's bigger, it's tandem and stuff. So he doesn't, putting 100,000 is not going to do it now. Wait, do it. So he wanted to have that conversation. He said when we get to the capital, he'd like to be part of the conversation on the capital fire stuff. I said, okay, I'll remind the board. Just thought I'd bring that up.
Boy, Bruce was worried about his budget being up.
Huh?
Yeah.
I said Bruce was worried about his budget.
Yeah.
Well, and we're looking to put money into this too. The building maintenance reserve
But
fund.
that,
We gotta put money in the cemetery reserve fund.
we need to figure out what we have for reserve. Yeah, we have 3,000 there, but we need,
More than that,
we need
Yeah.
20,
plus.
20 plus, 20, 30.
Didn't we have, by looking at the Howden Hall budget, could we take a couple of thousand out of that? Because
Yeah,
Sharon,
we took
it was
took it down
10.5
to
out of that.
12. 12
Yeah,
or
dropped
13.
it from
so
15 to 12, did we? Is that where the 3 is here, or this come out of the? or
That
did-
came out of
This came out of Howden Hall,
Library.
the library.
or the library. So could we put another 3 there from, go back to the Holly Hall budget? And
No, because we couldn't do the Holly Hall budget because that really covers the service items in the building. Like
No,
Sharon read off.
what he's saying, Ian, it was at 15 and we put it down.
I thought we
We
put it,
didn't put it down, we only put it down to 12. I mean,
Oh, okay.
that's 5 that we have. I think if we're gonna start the fund, we start it with undesignated fund.
Yeah.
we don't know
Okay.
those yet, right?
We
No,
don't
I've
know,
tried to
yeah.
get, we've got some numbers from Anthony, but it's based on 2021. We don't have figures for 2022 yet. I got those from Anthony today, and I don't know if
But we're not gonna have 2022 before we have to go to print with
Yeah.
it.
No, I mean, the idea is that we were going to have it, but we are not going to have them.
But have we done the 2021 numbers?
Yeah,
Yeah, it's the 2021 numbers that we
That
can
have to
spend off of.
appropriate, yeah.
I thought it was the 2022 numbers.
No, because we don't usually have them yet.
So are we 2
'Cause
years
he's just
behind? Is that correct?
He's just doing the audit on 2022.
No. It's the audit is it's going on right now for 2021 to 2022, which was last July, right? Or end
No,
of
I thought it
June
was
last year.
2022, 2023.
Can't be doing
No.
2023.
Yes, correct. And if Andy's still on, he can maybe respond to that.
Yeah, no, I'm here. So yes, currently the audit going on right now is for FY22, which is 21-22. Currently, the year we're in right now is FY23, which is 22-23. So if
Right.
you, like layman term, shorthand of it is the year it ends in is the FY. Currently, the numbers we have that are fully supported through the audit are the FY21 numbers. I talked with Ian and Valerie earlier. We could probably take the appropriations we put last year if we really wanted to, subtract them from the unassigned fund balance we have, and that could give us a really rough estimate of what could be anticipated at the very least.
To be used. Right. So with the FY21 audit was 348,186. And then we take away from that our what we used last year, which I can't remember what our total was. I have to look at the town report, and then we minus that, and then we'd have what our unassigned funds are, which we currently have, excluding FY 2022. So I wish we had those numbers because that figure should be pretty decent.
And as soon as the FY22 numbers come
Yeah.
out, they will be the actuals. So
Yes, but we're
that would be the number.
going to be voting on stuff, or at least solidifying this before we can actually have that information at our fingertips, unfortunately. Is that okay if it, as everyone's brains is melting now?
Well, we need to know what that number is so we can decide what we're putting in what.
No,
So
I
we
know.
can-
So
that
if we
can
look
add-
at,
we need to add the article for the
Correct.
building maintenance reserve fund on there and decide what's going into what.
yes, so if I look at the town report from last year, that will tell us what we
We basically spent 150,000, I think.
What
Is
did
that
you
what it
say? It
was?
was 346 what?
hold on one second. It was 348,186.
348,186.
That's our FY 2021.
Mhm.
And
And
then,
what we did last year?
and so last year it was Articles 8, 9, 10, 11, and 12. And that was 30,000,
Yep,
52,5,
yep,
25,000,
yep.
20,000, and 22,5.
That gives us 198, 186, and then you gotta take out of that there, whatever our 5% rainy day fund
Yep.
is.
Yep.
I'd
Which
suggest
is,
taking 10% to
I
start.
know, which is the 10%.
I know what
which
they
is,
want, but.
I know,
Yeah.
I know.
yeah.
So what, tell me what 10% is. Tell me what 5% is.
Yeah, what's your?
Twice as much as 5.
What's your number, Michelle? What was your final, your latest number?
198, 186.
Let's see here, that 10% is $19,818.60.
No, that's not right. 10% of our expenses is what we want.
Oh, of your expenses, sorry, I just
Right.
gave the number that you had. Okay, let's see here. Where is our expense?
What's our current expenses there, Ian, for this year? Just let's base it on that.
Or can I get, where'd I go for that?
Yeah, what's our total expenses?
Hang on. Uh,
3.5.
That's the grand list though.
what am I looking at? I don't even know.
I
what I'm
need a
doing
total,
anymore.
our total
It's this,
expenses
right?
were that's right, is that right? 1.1.
There's a summary table at the bottom,
Oh, thanks. Al.
starting at row 624.
There we go. Okay, thank you.
So total,
Total supported by taxes.
highway recreation voter.
Actual 3 million.
Wait,
Yeah,
what
'cause
are the
that's our-
lines? Oh, that's
Huh?
a difference. That's a difference line. I was just trying to figure out what that third column was. So
Yeah,
2.8.
2.8, yeah. So what's 10% of that?
Two.
220. No. Terrible.
I can't see the little.
280.
Oh, sorry.
It's 2.9.
So what's 10%? 290,000?
Mm-hmm.
We don't even have enough. We
Not
wouldn't-
at 10%,
Not
no.
at 10%.
That's why we.
No. I know. So what's our 5% then? It's
5% is 150.
145. So what was your number,
150,
Michelle?
150.
48,186.
Ah, Jesus.
I guess that 48,000 could go into the building maintenance fund.
See, that's, there again, that's
Yeah.
when you get your budget really tight, that's what's gonna happen.
Yeah.
Or if everybody spends their budget, you're not gonna have it.
Right.
Yeah,
Which
but
is
also we're
technically
looking
how it
at
It
should
should
work,
be, yes.
but-
yes. And we're also looking at numbers from a year ago too. We're not looking at our actuals. So in theory, we do have more than 45 in unassigned
48.
funds after 5%. 48. We have more than that because we have a whole year of unassigned funds that we don't know what they are yet. And
Yeah, but we're not
ideally,
gonna have those funds. We're not
No,
gonna
I
know those
know.
numbers.
but
Yeah.
we've never known those funds in the past either. That's the thing. I don't know how we've made the decision to move.
We've always taken it from the year
Year
before.
before,
We're always a
Yeah.
year behind.
right.
Yeah. Oh,
And if we run a deficit this year, there won't even be anything there.
yeah.
Yeah, we don't have to put money in all these funds. If we don't have the unassigned funds, we don't put it in there. You just have to add whatever increase you're gonna increase to here and get the voters to approve it, and it's just part of their taxes.
Yeah.
But if we wanna do that building and maintenance, and we know we've gotta do the porch, and we've gotta do the work to
The
the
roof and to the
roof
library.
and to the library, we probably want 25, 30,000 in that.
Yeah.
So if we have,
We know we have that. Pretty much.
we know we have
So-
5.
Well, no.
So whatever we
it-
ask for, we should take that 5, we should put that 5 somewhere else and ask to start this fund with undesignated funds.
Okay. Where do you want to put that 5, Val? Capitol building, Capitol Road, sidewalk.
I have it.
Capital roads, we're gonna need a lot of capital stuff.
Capitol Road.
Yeah.
That was from brunch yesterday.
Oh, so I just need to have you fill out the other sheet.
Okay.
So we're not gonna put any money in the, what I.
No, we're gonna put in.
Suggested. You?
What are we gonna put in?
To what, I thought Beaker said 30. Start
Well,
at 30.
25 or 30, yeah.
Just the library quote was like 70 grand. I'm pretty sure.
Well, you're not gonna get there with 48.
I know.
I mean, and if Brett wants the vehicle fund up to 125, put it in there. I mean, we're gonna have to look at this and say, okay, can we really do this?
Well, I don't think we can do that. I'll tell you that right now.
Why?
I would, I don't think we can add another 25,000 to an already $100,000 fund and not be able to do the building maintenance as our buildings crumble and stuff's hitting our librarian almost.
Well, the 70,000, we might have to pick and choose what gets done. I mean, if it's 70,000, we're not gonna be able to do the roof
No.
and the
Yes,
porch.
that was a lot of different things, but I'm saying like just the library was, I think it was 70. I might be wrong on that, but it was pretty darn high. Let me see if I can find that to depress everyone.
Well, the
Okay.
report
What's in the
was
capital
structured so that you
building
can
fund
pick
now?
and choose.
Right.
It's prioritized.
Yes.
Ian, what's in the capital building fund
Let
now?
me fill that out for you.
Let me tell you.
We're gonna put in it.
Well, according to, hold on. Last year's report, Capital Building Reserve Fund has, well, it's the June 30th, 2021 balance, had 199,834. And obviously we probably spent some of that.
John Peaker, everyone.
So we can reach into that. And now that to me is a capital building project.
For
What's
the
that?
library. Well, is that what you mean, Joel, for the library?
Yes, for that,
Okay.
your roof
Address.
work.
Yeah, it's roof. It's a whole lot of rot around the building. I mean, the report was very lengthy and there was a lot of stuff in there. But as Val said, it's definitely something where we can, and we don't have to do everything at once. It's not like whole project 70 grand. It's like 20 here, 30 here, that kind of thing.
So is there a reason that, I mean, I know you said you can't put 25 in there. I'm just saying, put 25 in there. Let's see what it does. We can always take it out.
Where into here? Into
Yeah.
the font?
The 120,
fine.
yeah, he was asking for 125 for the vehicle.
Well,
fund.
I'd like to hear from the chief himself talk about it, just in terms of the details. I mean, I can put it
We
in,
had
but
talked about this when we were looking at his capital vehicle fund.
sorry.
Because we asked him if he thought 100 was enough, and I can't remember, it goes up. Maybe
It does go up,
next
yeah.
year or the year after.
It was scheduled to go up in 23, 24.
Yes.
Oh, so maybe that's why he's asking.
And then, but he feels that after the price of this new truck coming, that's not gonna need this extra 25, one more kick in the arm this year. It's coming.
Okay.
I think he's gonna get back on. Text from
You
me,
guys,
they've
it's
been
11
watching.
o'clock. We still have an executive session, so
I'm wondering if we can maybe meet at 6:30 next week and do the executive session then. I'm running out of steam, quite frankly.
Sure.
you, I'm probably, you're exhausted.
Actually, yeah.
I hear you,
I'm
Val.
fine with that. I'm fine doing 6 or 6:30.
Yeah, I'm happy to do. I mean, we did 6 last time, so I'm fine with doing 6 again.
I don't know if we have an hour's worth of stuff, but I suppose we can fill it one way or another.
Well, we because it's a special select board meeting, we had started those at 6 anyway.
Okay,
And so we just do a half an hour, do executive session up front, and then go into open session
Open
to
session,
continue
yeah.
discussing.
Yep.
If that's what we've done before. I'm fine with that. Yeah, because I mean, this is just a lengthy process, as we know.
yeah.
Can we authorize the accounts payable before we close up?
Oh, Sharon,
Picky,
Sure.
picky,
we
picky.
can absolutely do that. All right, so let's table this for now. Peaker, you did have an update on the hard scrabble cemetery. I think we need to deal with that, correct? Or can we, is that,
Real quick,
Yeah.
I can tell you my thoughts. I was approached by a gentleman who has family in the cemetery, and he's really upset with the way it is right now with the trees down and obviously the fence falling down and all that. But before I went in and picked the trees up, I think that maybe we ought to have the tree warden come and decide if we want to take down the dead trees that are hanging over the cemetery while we're at it. And then they can all be picked up. I reached out to Brian Hill, and we have permission to do that work from the outside, provided we clean everything up. So, as long as there's no crops there, we can go around the outside. So I guess my suggestion would be to have our tree warden go up and look at the trees and see if there are any that he feels should be removed and get that out of the way now. There's at least 3 dead ones that are hanging over the stones, and there's only one way they can go.
Into the stones, you mean? Yeah.
Yeah.
That's a great idea, Peter. I'd like to see the tree warden maybe do a little bit more and look at the trees that we talked about on our tour where we want to put that fence and which ones are healthy and which ones could come out. So maybe while you're right there with the machine and a little extra, not put the fence up at this time, but maybe at least get some trees in the front.
I did ask the individual how he felt about taking all the trees across the front, and he said, he thought about it for a minute, and he says, I kind of got mixed feelings on that. So I said, take a look at it. Let me know what you think. I did see him sitting down there the other day. I'll reach back out to him and see what his thoughts are.
Okay.
And then we can have John go up and take a look.
Yeah, if we could have him go up and mark the trees that he thinks need to come down, and then we can get a price on doing it. I mean, now would be the time if we can go around the outside, with whoever we hire to take the trees down, and they can just set them on the ground, and I'll still pick everything up. But I think we're better off to do that than we are to just pick up what's down and then the
it's
next
double the
windstorm.
work.
Yeah. We could be back here next windstorm, pick up some more.
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah.
So that's short and sweet.
Okay. Sharon, would you be able to reach out to John and talk to him about that?
Sure, I can give him a call.
Okay, super. Thank you.
Thanks,
All right.
Sharon.
Thanks, Peaker. Let's skip over item 7. We'll continue those discussions, or item 6 and 7. Let's move to item 8, authorize accounts payable warrant and any liquor or tobacco licenses. We've got a new line in there, or a new word in there, tobacco.
Yeah, accounts payable are 73,231.46, nothing out of the ordinary. The tobacco license I have is for Shaw's.
Do they need to be signed, or do you just vote on them and you approve them?
Yeah, I just approve them online. You don't sign anything anymore.
Did you
So-
made a suggestion though that we should do a vote?
Well,
What was-
it would be nice because then I could say the select board approved on whatever date, because I have to put in there. So if we could, at least for the liquor and tobacco licenses, just make a quick motion that it was approved and there's no conditions or whatever.
We can
All
put
right.
conditions on them?
Well, you can't on the liquor. I don't know about tobacco.
all
we
right,
have-
let's do a motion for that then, the tobacco one.
I make a motion to approve the Shaw's tobacco license. Is that what it is? It's a license?
Yes.
Second.
Thank you. Any further discussion?
Was that Peaker seconded?
Yes.
Yes.
Hearing none. All those in favor say aye. Raise your hand. Aye.
Aye.
All those against, nay. Motion carries. Okay, excellent. Do we want to do a select board roundtable?
Nope.
Okay. I think we're all, that's the roundtable. Nope. And then we will move to, I don't think we've received any other correspondence, and we'll do our executive session at the beginning of next week's meeting, which will be Monday, January 30th at 6 p.m.
Fantastic.
All right.
And we have to
Thank
have
you
this
for-
all voted by then, right?
Yeah, I think that's
Yeah.
our deadline.
That's our
That's our
deadline.
deadline. Correct.
Oh, God, that's gonna be a long night.
I'm gonna try to be in person, you guys, on that night.
Oh, my.
Oh, cool.
I can sign the warrant. They let me drive, but they didn't tell me I couldn't. I just haven't asked if I could, so they can give me an answer. Don't give me an answer.
And Sharon printed the form, so it'll be on the counter.
And I sent the resolution form over there too, to
We
Sharon.
did? When'd you send it?
To Sharon, just
She said
tonight.
when.
When? Quarter of 10?
Oh, I don't know.
Right.
Sent.
9:45.
At 9:46.
Yeah. My office
All right. Well, thank you, everyone. This was a long meeting, and hopefully we can get a little bit shorter next week.
And we'll also have town report dedication to discuss.
Correct. Yeah. And we can talk a little bit in email back and forth if people have ideas or suggestions. We might want to open it up to department heads as well. I know we haven't done that in the past, but it was a thought I had. If other people wanted to suggest names. Okay.
Well, hopefully we got
Ian,
through
I
the
got
bulk
somebody in
of,
mind that I won't mention on the air.
Okay.
But I got somebody in mind that I think.
All right. Let us
I'll
know in
send you
some way.
I'll send you the name, and then maybe you can send
Okay.
it. out in an email.
yeah,
That'd
that'd
be
be
great.
cool.
Is,
Motion
Motion
to adjourn.
adjourned.
Okay. All those in favor?
All right.
Aye.
All right. Thank you, everyone.
Good
Thank you.
night.
Good night.
Good night.
Oops, I gotta go back over here.